and free on all platforms.
This is the moment rising rivers swept away a home near Yellowstone as the national park was forced to close. The severe weather fueled by a record-breaking heat wave that has more than 100 million Americans sweltering. But these aren't the only unsettled conditions we're tracking tonight. Rising recession fears as record inflation pummels Americans and prices for everything from fuel to food skyrocket. The decision the Federal Reserve is about to make about an interest rate hike and what President Biden said about his plan to ease the pain at the pump. The January 6th investigation focuses in on $250 million raised by former President Trump's false claims of a stolen election. The eye-popping sum Donald Jr.'s fiancée was paid to speak for less than 3 minutes at the January 6th rally, and the photos that reveal the tension inside the Trump White House on election night. Primary night in America and several key tests of former President Trump's clout, why his political power will be put to the test in South Carolina and Nevada. And with an economy like this, how concerned should Democrats be? Bounce house horror, the terrifying ordeal as school children prepared to say goodbye to their classmates, more than a dozen children injured. With the Supreme Court decision looming, an intimate look at the very personal choices 3 women made about their own pregnancies and the concerns about what overturning Roe v. Wade could mean.
It's ridiculous for them to try and prevent it because it's going to happen.
An ABC News investigation into home title lock. You may have seen the ads, some featuring well-known politicians, but now there are questions about some of the anti-fraud protection company's claims about a crime known as home title theft. And the former NBA superstar and Olympic gold medalist Grant Hill opens up in a brutally honest new biography about his story of success and his self-doubt. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis reporting in from Los Angeles tonight. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are tracking heat that has not been experienced in parts of the Midwest in a decade and unprecedented flooding in the Rockies. But we begin with Americans who are weathering a different kind of storm tonight, the worst inflation in 40 years. Today, President Biden said the soaring prices are sapping the strength of a lot of families. Tonight, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve, which is poised to raise interest rates while trying to walk an incredibly thin line, taming inflation without triggering a recession. And this caught our attention today. A gas station manager has been fired after a mistake in pricing at a Northern California station caused gas there to be listed at 69 cents a gallon instead of $6.99 a gallon. Word quickly spread, as you can imagine, and hundreds of drivers flocked to get that cheap gas for hours before the mistake was ever discovered. Victor Akendo leads us off tonight with more on whether any relief could be on the way.
Tonight, with prices rising at their fastest clip in 40 years, the Federal Reserve expected to raise interest rates by 3/4 of a point to slow inflation, the biggest hike in nearly 3 decades.
Everyone can agree that this inflation is very painful and it has to come down. So the only way of doing that is getting those interest rates up and slowing the growth rate in the economy.
The move will send the cost of credit cards, car loans to mortgages even higher at a time when Americans are already paying more for just about everything. In Minnesota,
is this not enough?
Demand soaring at this food bank.
Got 3 kids, 2 teenagers and a young one, so anything helps. We barely make it, and I get paid pretty good at my job.
Families are now shelling out nearly $350 more every month than they did for the same things last year. Gas prices averaging about $5 a gallon, up about 50%. Groceries up almost 12%, and rent up 26%. Marilyn Bailey in Tampa, Florida is retired. Now that her rent is going up, she's looking for work.
It's going to be a stretch. So I'm looking for a part-time job at 75.
Former teacher Jane Moore had to go back to work too and is watching her nest egg shrink by the day.
What took the biggest hit? Was it the 401k?
Yes, it was. I'm the most nervous about that.
And what's costing you the most right now?
The gas, the food, the electric, of course, has gone up too.
Everything costs more.
Everything costs more.
And with growing fears of a recession, President Biden facing growing pressure to take steps to ease the pain. Today in Philadelphia, blaming Republicans for blocking his proposals to lower prices on things like drugs and childcare.
The problem is,
Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can to stop my plans to bring down costs on ordinary families.
But for now, so many Americans are feeling the squeeze, asking how long they can weather the storm.
I don't know how working people are going to be able to afford medicine, groceries, gasoline, car payments, mortgage. I don't know.
So many have that concern. Our thanks to Victor. Joining us now is ABC News business reporter Alexis Christoforous. Alexis, what does the Fed raising interest rates tomorrow mean for Americans?
In short, Lindsay, it means that borrowing money will get more expensive for both consumers and businesses. The Fed is expected to raise interest rates tomorrow by as much as 0.75 percentage point. That would be the largest increase in rates since 1994 as the Fed tries to cool consumer demand, lower inflation, and we're going to see the impact almost immediately in things like interest rates for credit cards, auto loans, home equity lines of credit, small business loans, and even mortgage rates will be influenced. Mortgage rates have actually doubled since the beginning of the year. This week, in fact, the average rate on a 30-year loan topping 6%. For the first time in about a decade. And of course, that makes buying a home, especially for first-time home buyers, even further out of reach. Here's a statistic for you, Lindsay. For every 1% a mortgage rate goes up, it tacks on another 10% to the price over the life of that loan for a home. So we're talking about a lot of money here.
And 6% just seems astronomical. How much further do you feel that we can expect rates to rise?
Well, we already know the Federal Reserve is looking at raising rates by 0.5% at least at its July meeting. It could go up again in September at its next meeting. So we could be looking at short-term interest rates rising anywhere between 1 and 1.5% on top of where they are right now through the end of the year.
In the midst of all this volatility, what are you watching for closest?
You know, what I'm looking for is consumer spending. And when is the consumer really going to start to pull back? Because so far, consumers continue to spend sort of without abandon, even in the face of the highest consumer prices in 40 years. We did see the savings rate dip for the past few months. That's a little discouraging. And as we're spending, a lot of folks are dipping into their savings, which they were able to pile up during the pandemic because they weren't spending any money. So far, consumers are spending. At what point do they start to crack? And we're seeing now record high gas prices, grocery bills getting more expensive. At some point, people are going to start to change their buying habits and move more to things that they need versus things that they want.
What are the odds that we fall into a recession, and what can people do to protect themselves?
Well, with the Fed now aggressively going to be raising interest rates, the odds of a recession are going up. Most economists now believe there's a 50% chance we'll get a recession in the next 12 to 18 months. As far as what you can do, the most important thing to do is don't let your emotions get the best of you. Don't panic. If you can, lock in your job now. Ask for that raise now because unemployment continues to be very low. Try to have a cash cushion if you can, at least 6 months of cash on hand to get you through any sort of a recession. But again, the important thing to do is not to make any rash decisions and don't panic.
6 months savings. Got to work on that for all of us.
Yes.
ABC News business reporter Alexis Christoforous, we thank you so much for your time and insight.
Sure.
Next tonight, to the unprecedented flooding across the Great Plains after storms and a sudden snowmelt fueled by record heat. Homes swept away by the rushing water. Entrances to Yellowstone National Park remain closed, and tonight rivers are still rising. Will Carr reports.
Tonight, extreme weather sweeping across the nation. In Montana, fast-moving floodwaters causing this catastrophic damage in and around Yellowstone, whisking away a shed, and then this massive house crashing into the current a few hours later. The river dragging it downstream.
My grandparents were saying it's the highest it's been in about 100 years. So it's pretty crazy to see, for sure.
The unprecedented flooding forcing the closure of all entrances to Yellowstone National Park after heavy rainfall and near record high temperatures rapidly melted snowpack over the weekend. Parts of Highway 89, the main road on the north side of the national park, washed away.
Whoa.
Rocks falling onto the road, nearly missing this car as it exited the park.
The rain here has let up, but you still have towns submerged. This is a road, and you can see there are cars, businesses, and homes all still underwater.
The rising waters cutting off communities that border the Yellowstone River, leaving some without power and safe drinking water. Cindy Fogarty and her family visiting from Nashville, trapped in the town of Gardner.
It was just going really fast, and the water was just taking logs down the river, and it was just really fast.
The raging rapids ripping this bridge apart.
That was our way home.
Floodwaters rushing past this building, part of its walls now gone. The Montana National Guard evacuating at least 12 people. So far, no flood-related injuries or deaths reported. Heavy storms also hitting Milwaukee, where authorities say a 10-year-old boy and 2 men were swept away by high waters into a drainage ditch Monday night. Authorities locating the boy's body late today. They're still searching for the 2 men.
Swift water moving into an enclosed space in those tunnels provides us absolutely no opportunity to conduct some sort of rescue opportunity. We are conducting a recovery operation at this point.
And from the Great Lakes to the southeast, extreme heat expected to break records this week.
I am burning up. It's 110 out here, and I'm too old to be sitting out here.
In Odessa, Texas, where temperatures hit 100 degrees today, residents now under a boil water notice due to a major water main break. Demand for power in Texas surging to an all-time high earlier this week. Energy supplier ERCOT says so far they've had enough supply to meet demand. Back in Montana, the floods striking just as the summer tourist season picks up. Tonight, the road to Gardner reopened, and Fogarty's family, along with hundreds of tourists, the first to leave.
It's sad that the people, some of them, they lost their home, and it's just sad what all took place. But I think it's a small town, and they will come together and help each other.
Devastation on the ground sparking unity there. Will Carr joins us from near Yellowstone. And Will, as you mentioned in your report, this is peak tourist season for Yellowstone and the surrounding towns. Residents and businesses really rely on tourism. Any idea when the park will reopen?
That's right, Lindsay. Not until all the water recedes and everyone here can see the full extent of the damage. We do know the north side of the park will be closed for quite some time, and it comes tonight as the governor has declared this a statewide disaster. Lindsay.
All right, Will, our thanks to you. We have heat, we have flooding. Let's go right to ABC's chief meteorologist, Ginger Zee, who's tracking it all for us. Good evening, Ginger.
Hey, Lindsay, good evening to you. So Chicago hit 100 degrees today, and that is the first time it's been that hot there this early in the season since 2012. So a decade since we've seen this early of heat. And that's what really makes this remarkable and why you're seeing so many excessive heat warnings on the map down to Cincinnati, Detroit, back to Paducah, Kentucky, southern Illinois too. But those heat advisories don't stop. Look at Georgia, down into the Florida Panhandle, and all the way into Wisconsin. So that's for tomorrow. You're going to see numbers like this: 103 that feels like for Detroit and Pittsburgh, 106 in Charleston, West Virginia, and Savannah. A toasty, and it won't be toasty, it'll be steamy, because there's nothing dry about what that will feel like. 108, because that's where your body cannot get rid of that sweat. It can't evaporate it quickly enough because the dew point's so high. It's like that air you can wear is what we like to call it. When you start to break that down and you got some cooler air coming in, you're going to have severe storms. And unfortunately, tomorrow, the bulk of Wisconsin's going to end up with the tornado risk, and it looks like it will be an enhanced tornado risk. So watch for those tomorrow afternoon and evening. Lindsay?
The air you can wear, it seems like that'll be the attire pretty much for a lot of the country, Ginger. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next tonight, the January 6th investigation, and former Vice President Mike Pence is speaking out just days before the House Select Committee will look at the pressure he was under to reject Joe Biden's certification as president. At the same time, there are new questions about money that former President Trump raised on the back of false stolen election claims. Here's ABC News' chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl.
As lawmakers prepare to outline what they describe as Donald Trump's relentless pressure campaign against his own vice president, Mike Pence is speaking out.
I'll always believe that I did my duty that day, and I know in my heart of hearts I did. And I believe that when all the information and the facts come forward, the American people will better understand what occurred.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has testified that it was Pence, not Donald Trump, who called the Pentagon when the Capitol was under siege.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here.
By contrast, here is General Milley's description of his conversation with President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have We have to kill the narrative that the vice president is making all the decisions.
The committee is using the testimony of Trump's own top advisors to make the case against him. Former Attorney General Bill Barr saying when it came to claims of a stolen election, Trump didn't care about the truth.
When I went into this and would, tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
The committee says Trump and his allies conned supporters into donating some $250 million to fight the election results.
So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff.
Where did the money actually go? $1 million of it went to a foundation run by White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. More than $200,000 spent at Trump Organization properties.
Kimberly!
And tens of thousands of dollars went to Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was seen backstage at the rally outside the White House on January 6th.
Liberty-loving patriots that will not let them steal this election!
She spoke for 2.5 minutes and then was paid $60,000.
$400 a second. And Jonathan Karl joins us now from Washington. John, we expect to learn more from the committee hearing about that pressure campaign against Mike Pence. What do we know about who will testify?
Well, Pence himself, Lindsay, is not going to be testifying. He has not spoken to the committee, but he gave the green light to all of his senior advisors to cooperate with this investigation. You will hear those voices on Thursday, including live testimony from someone named Greg Jacob. He was the chief counsel in the office of the vice president. He was there at Pence's side throughout it all as Trump and that outside group of lawyers were trying to pressure him, pressure Pence to overturn the election effectively. One person overturning the election on January 6th. He will talk about that. You'll also hear in some of those tape depositions, including from Pence's chief of staff, Mark Short, who was also with him throughout all of this.
All right, Jonathan Karl, our thanks to you as always.
Thank you, Lindsay.
It is primary night for 4 states tonight, and the results could offer more indications as far as who will have control of Congress after the midterms. Our political director, Rick Klein, joins us now. Rick, the polls are now closed in South Carolina, where there are testing several interesting races tonight that could give us more insight into whether Republicans who have defied Trump can win primaries. What are you watching there as results start to come in?
Yeah, Lindsay, it is a fascinating dynamic in 2 districts in particular in South Carolina. Here, the 1st Congressional District and the 7th Congressional District, both represented by Republicans, Nancy Mace and Tom Rice. Those have become sort of familiar names to political watchers because both of them are among the few Republicans who've defied Trump's word in standing up against his election lies around January 6th. In fact, one of them, Tom Rice, in a very conservative district, actually voted for impeachment and has defended that and said he would do it all over again. The question now, do they survive Trump-endorsed challengers? Does Trump have that kind of sway, particularly in a part of the state that's relatively red, pretty Republican-leaning?
And walk us through what else you're monitoring in the other states that are voting tonight.
Yeah, as you said, we could learn a lot about whether Democrats are able to retain control of the House, and the reasons are the states that I'm about to highlight. In Nevada, Democrats currently hold 3 out of those 4 House seats, but it's possible that all of them are in play, including these 2 seats here in the Las Vegas area. The tourism industry just decimated in the COVID era. Democrats control the governorship there and a lot of levers of state government, and it might be that Democratic House members pay the price, depending on the kind of Republicans that we see there and in statewide office. And this is a fascinating one, Lindsay. Here, this district here is vacant, this 34th Congressional District. Republicans actually think they've got a shot, even though Joe Biden did very well there, and Democrats have never had to worry about these districts in the Rio Grande Valley. But look what happens to the district at the end of the year. It gets crunched up. That means that whoever wins this district only gets it for about 6 months. Still, the Republicans are contesting it very heavily. They think that a win there would signal their strength with Latino voters across the board, and they think that if they win there, they could potentially win these other seats here. Heavy Latino presence. And also the economy, a big issue. You could see Democrats on the run potentially, depending on how things turn out tonight.
And another thing that you're following is just how many Republican candidates who are embracing the big lie that Trump won the election continue to win their primaries.
Yeah, this is the places that we have tracked along with our partners at 538, that you've got election denying or big lie supporting candidates running for office. These are just the battleground states where we're talking about that dynamic. And guess what? Nevada might be one of the biggest prizes out there, because you've got Republicans up and down the ballot for almost every office who continue to buy into the big lie, including offices like governor and Secretary of State. Secretary of State, of course, oversees an election. The leading Republican there says he would not have certified Joe Biden's victory. He thinks it was illegitimate. So we could have people in states like Nevada and other battlegrounds that continue to perpetuate the big lie, even in the wake of the January 6th committee's revelations and so much else.
And that's what's so interesting, that people, after they even hear the Attorney General saying that he didn't buy it, that he thought that Trump was delusional about it, it'll be interesting to see how voters react to that information that they've just gleaned this week. Rick, of course, we'll be checking in with you all night. Thank you so much, as always.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And now we head overseas to the war in Ukraine. The Russians have now blocked civilians from being able to escape by destroying bridges in a key area. ABC's James Longman traveled to the front lines with Ukrainian forces.
Tonight, the city of Severodonetsk all but cut off. Satellite images show the last of the bridges to Ukrainian-controlled territory smashed by Russian shelling. Up to 80% of the city is in Russian hands, but this video online shows pockets of Ukrainian fighters still holding on. Civilians are desperate to leave all over the east as Russian shells rain down indiscriminately. If Severodonetsk falls, Putin will have secured a major symbolic victory, and he'd be closer to his goal of occupying the entire Donbass of eastern Ukraine.
We are within range of the Russians here. Definitely, yeah.
We went close to the eastern front line today. This soldier wants to show me how close the bombs are landing.
So this is how close they've got to your position here?
Yes, yes.
This is where bombs have landed. That's more. And presumably the Russians know that there are Ukrainian soldiers in these farmhouses. I think we should leave, because that sounds like it's just getting more frequent.
We head to the trenches. Vitaly is part of a more elite civil defense. A former soldier, he stopped work as a baker to return to the front. He says they risk losing these positions. We need more than an AK-47 to go up against heavy artillery and tanks, he says. There are still victories. This captured Russian tank now being turned against Putin's forces.
This is a Russian tank which has been commandeered by the Ukrainians. We've got the targeter and the commander here showing us this equipment. They're very proud to have been able to use it, because it's so much more modern than anything the Ukrainians have got. How does it feel to be targeting Russians inside a Russian tank?
It's awesome.
It's awesome, he says.
A modern tank like this is a fortunate bonus, but winning this war will take a lot more than luck.
President Zelensky has made yet another plea for more heavy weapons. NATO leaders will meet tomorrow to decide what to do next. Lindsay?
James, thank you. When we come back, the end of school celebrations turn into a trip to the ER after a frightening incident involving a bounce house for some children. Major news out of Russia in the case of detained WNBA superstar Brittany Griner. We have the details. But up next, with a consequential Supreme Court ruling in Roe versus Wade potentially just days away, we take a look at the complexities behind why some women choose to get an abortion. Next.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye. Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
The hottest views in daytime are happening right here.
We talk about things on this show that people don't talk about.
That I can't wait to see. Honest takes from strong women.
We need all hands on deck, and we need it right now. This is the time to speak out.
Unafraid to get real.
We stick by our points of view.
We're all seeing it differently, and that's the beauty of The View.
And that's why the most watched #1 daytime talk show is The View. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
Is that the gun?
That's not the gun.
What is it? I won't ask you again then. Are you a Nazi?
The deeper you go into black markets,
You could be putting your life at risk.
the darker it gets.
Why hasn't anyone come out and spoken?
It's about the money. That's why we do it.
Trafficked. New episodes Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now. America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
As we wait for the Supreme Court to deliver their final decision on the legality of Roe v. Wade, we sat down with 3 different women to hear about their experiences obtaining an abortion, whether legally or not, and the complex reasons behind their choices. Here's ABC's Janae Norman.
It was in my apartment. It was on a daybed. I was blindfolded, put a tube into my uterus, and put a saline injection in it, and that induced labor. But there was no follow-up. I mean, it was, thank you for the $100. You're fixed now. And he was out the door, and there I was. Nobody told me what to do after that.
Adele Zimmerman was 23 years old when she found out she was pregnant.
And I didn't want to be pregnant. And I considered the pregnancy an invasion of my body.
No one knows how many abortions are performed in the United States each year. The number may run into millions. No one knows because the overwhelming majority of abortions each year are illegal.
So when Adele sought one in the 1960s, she had to turn to the black market.
And I didn't know how dangerous that was. I thought I'd be arrested. And I remember lying on the god-awful linoleum in my bathroom, crying and bleeding. Nobody should have to do that. Nobody.
Years later, when Roe versus Wade was decided in 1973, making abortion access legal for women in the U.S.
The Supreme Court today ruled that abortion is completely a private matter to be decided by mother and doctor in the first 3 months of pregnancy.
Adele remembers wishing it had happened earlier.
One of my first reactions was, damn, I shouldn't have had to go through that. It should have happened sooner. And I just thought, this is right. This is the way it should be.
As outrage continues to grow over a leak from the Supreme Court that's put the future of abortion rights into question, my body! Women like Stephanie Desmond are sharing their personal stories of the procedure.
When I found out I was pregnant for the second time, I was thrilled. I had loved my son so much that I needed to do this again and have another.
But 16 weeks into her pregnancy, she discovered that her baby was sick.
I was devastated. I was young, and I had had a successful pregnancy not that long before, and I couldn't believe this was happening.
A heart malfunction and a missing limb. She was told the baby wasn't going to survive the birth, and she was given 2 choices: wait until the heart stopped beating or get an abortion.
No one ever thinks they're going to be the one who needs to get an abortion. Especially this child was so wanted. I was so excited, dreaming of my new life with my 2 babies. And I couldn't believe that the best option, which is hard to believe, was abortion.
According to board-certified OBGYN and ABC News chief medical correspondent Dr. Jen Ashton, it's an option that's not all that uncommon for many women.
Women who are receiving prenatal care do not get what we call the level 2 or comprehensive ultrasound, which is an anatomy scan of the fetal anatomy, until about 18 to 22 weeks. That's the point at which we can get a really good look at fetal anatomy. And then if a problem is detected, the woman will have a very difficult decision to make.
Dr. Ashton explains that a medical termination is the option presented to a patient when the fetus is found to have a medical anomaly that would make life virtually impossible.
We have to remember that pregnancy is not a zero-risk physiologic process.
The only appointment available at Stephanie's nearest Planned Parenthood was 2 weeks away. So with her mother's help, she instead opted to get the procedure done in Buffalo during Thanksgiving week.
The whole experience was so traumatizing. I mean, I desperately wanted this baby, and now he was living inside me, but would never survive. And so just the idea of that was so devastating.
It's a decision that she and many other women have to make for their own mental and physical health.
It is an incredibly difficult decision to make. So this is not like going into a nail salon or a hair salon and getting a manicure.
Maternity has already proven to be lethal in the United States, which ranks first in maternal mortality deaths compared to other developed nations. When you analyze the racial breakdown of those maternal mortality deaths, here in the U.S., Black women are the most at risk, as Black mothers are 2.5 times more likely to die than white mothers and 3 times more likely to die than Hispanic mothers. And college-educated Black women are at 60% greater risk for a maternal death than a white or Hispanic woman with less than a high school education.
This is women's health care. This is a medical condition.
Dr. Valerie Peterson, an abortion rights advocate with a doctorate degree in education, had a high-risk pregnancy in 2015, one that resulted in a visit to the maternal fetal medicine specialist every 2 weeks. But in her second trimester, she received devastating news.
Right at 15 weeks and 5 days is when I learned that, oh my goodness, the baby doesn't have a brain, and the condition is 100% incompatible with life.
When you heard that the condition is 100% incompatible with life, can you even remember what that felt like to hear that?
When I looked at the photos of the ultrasound that my doctor showed, it was clear that the baby's brain did not develop. And so it was very devastating for me.
I'm so sorry that you went through that. I'm a mom. I can only imagine like how hard that was on you.
I felt like I was left out there just hanging alone, trying to consider in my mind, like, oh my gosh, what do I do?
At the time, Texas only allowed abortions up to 20 weeks. Facing a 3 to 4 week waiting list, Valerie was up against the clock and felt forced to travel to Florida to get her abortion.
I had no control that my baby's brain was going to be not there, so much to say. I can't imagine living before the time where you had women that had to go to the back alley. They had to go to people that they didn't know to get the procedures that they needed.
Times like the one Adele endured and fears may be coming back if Roe is overturned and women lose their autonomy, their choice.
They have a place to turn that doesn't risk their lives. And I didn't. It's ridiculous for them to try and prevent it because it's going to happen.
Our thanks to Janae for that. Still ahead here on Prime, the ABC News investigations. You may have seen the ads, some with some well-known politicians in them, but is the company exaggerating the threat of home title theft? And we have spoken so much about inflation, but a lot of people have to shell out a lot more money to travel this summer on airplanes. We take a look by the numbers. But first, our tweet of the day from Wimbledon, announcing that the greatest of all time will be back on the court.
The deeper you go into black markets, the darker it gets.
Trafficked, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions. Straightforward reporting. No spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine. Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm. Here along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
This is a story I wish I never had to tell. It haunts me every day. As a Girl Scout, I never once thought anything bad could happen. But I came to learn what murder was.
3 Girl Scouts were discovered today.
This case is mystery upon mystery.
When I think of those 3 girls, I wonder what's the best way to honor them. That's why I've come back home, to find answers, once and for all.
These days, with so much going on, it's hard to keep up.
While others are recapping yesterday's headlines,
we're bringing you the right now.
This is the busy border crossing. Steel barricades, another strike.
The right now look at the day ahead, how it affects you and your family.
Record high gas prices.
The threat of cyber warfare.
Is peace possible?
World News Now beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, followed by America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
Streaming here on ABC News Live.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
As of today, in a big way, we have inaugurated abcnews.com.
A lot has changed in our world since Peter made that announcement. But what hasn't changed is the commitment to groundbreaking reporting and innovation at abcnews.com. And here's to everything ahead.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're still trying to figure out your summer travel plans, it might be quite difficult to find an inexpensive flight at this point. A new report from Adobe shows just how expensive things have gotten this year. Let's take a look by the numbers. 47%. That's the staggering price increase on domestic flights since January alone. Consumers spent $8.3 billion on air travel in May. That's up 6.2% from April. Domestic bookings for the summer are down 2% from this point in 2019, but Americans have actually spent 11% more, fully showing the impact of higher fares. And where are Americans flying the most? The top 10 destinations include Bozeman, Montana, Orlando, Florida, several cities in Hawaii, Austin, Texas, and Seattle, Washington. Internationally, we're just starting to see the impact of the U.S. dropping its COVID test entry requirement. United has seen a 7% bump in searches for international travel in just the first 3 days after the restriction was lifted. The U.S. Travel Association president estimates an additional 5.4 million visitors may come to the U.S. as a result, and there could be roughly $9 billion more of travel spending through the end of this year. According to the website Hopper, you may save as much as $100 on your flight if you want to travel in late August. And we still have lots to get to here on Prime. The traumatic 18-hour ordeal and the daring rescue from a canal, and our conversation with NBA Hall of Famer Grant Hill. But first, a look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
National parks are incredibly safe places, but crime will happen.
Hey, Mama. My wife had fallen. She's in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident. There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this.
It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Growing fears America could be heading into a recession, with prices the highest they've been in 40 years. The Labor Department reporting producer prices surged 10.8% in May from a year earlier. Those prices reflect inflation before it reaches consumers.
It's sapping the strength of a lot of families.
Wall Street reacting, the S&P 500, which is tied to most 401ks, officially entered bear market territory Monday, which means the market is down 20% from its recent high. The president says his administration is still tapping into oil reserves to help lower gas prices. And when it comes to food, he explained his plan to get more grain out of Ukraine, but acknowledged it will be some time before Americans see any relief. To help tame inflation, the Federal Reserve could raise interest rates by 0.75% this week in hopes of slowing spending. That would be the biggest jump in nearly 30 years. It would impact car loans, credit cards, and mortgage rates.
A Russian court has extended detention of WNBA star Brittany Griner until July. That's 18 days longer than the previous date. Griner was detained at an airport near Moscow, accused of carrying hashish oil in her luggage. U.S. officials say she is wrongly charged and are demanding her release.
The U.S. Coast Guard came to the rescue of 4 boaters in the annual race to Alaska. Strong winds capsized the boats, sending people into the water in the 750-mile adventure from Washington State to Alaska. A Coast Guard swimmer got 2 people who were holding onto the boat into a rescue basket. A third picked up by a Coast Guard boat, and the 4th saved by a race official. Due to the bad weather, race organizers are giving participants an extra 24 hours now to get to Victoria in Canada to qualify for the next leg of the race.
Dramatic video. Take a look at that. Capturing a woman and her dog being rescued from a canal in Arizona after 18 hours. Police say the woman's dog jumped into the Yuma Canal last night. This was last Tuesday night, that is. She went in after the dog, but then she couldn't get out. Hours passed before a train conductor finally spotted them and called for help. When rescuers arrived, the woman and the dog were clinging to a tree. They both got pulled to safety. The woman had cuts, a bad sunburn, and was exhausted, as you can imagine, after 18 hours. Both of them are expected to be okay.
Global superstars BTS have announced that they're taking time to focus on solo projects. The 7-member group with hits like Butter and Dynamite talked about their future in a video posted online celebrating the 9-year anniversary of their debut release. No details yet on future BTS collaborations or the solo projects that should be expected.
BTS announcing they are taking some time apart, saying they've hit a rough patch and want to work on solo projects. BTS insisting the band is not breaking up. Their millions of loyal fans tonight very upset, though, knowing how this usually goes next.
At last month's Met Gala, Kim Kardashian wore the Marilyn Monroe dress. The night she sang Happy Birthday, Mr. President. Now the Marilyn Monroe collection, which owns it, has posted before and after photos showing several crystals missing. No comment from Kardashian.
Welcome back. Next to the terrifying incident for some elementary school children after the packed bounce house that they were in suddenly collapsed. ABC's Stephanie Ramos has the details.
Tonight, the newest case of alarm involving inflatable bounce houses. This one leaving at least 14 children injured.
Last week, 2 patients, looked like a bouncy house flipped over.
This morning, students from a Long Island elementary school were taking part in an end-of-the-year field day. According to authorities, the 6- and 7-year-olds were playing on a bounce house, which also had a large slide and rock climbing wall, when it suddenly tipped over.
There's too much people in the bouncy house.
Yeah?
And then the thing fell over.
Several children rushed to the hospital, most of them with minor injuries, one child suffering a broken leg. And tonight, questions about if the bounce house was properly secured.
Bounce house was secured properly. Okay, I was here to install it this morning myself.
The manager of Jump Around Party Rentals telling ABC station WABC the school chose not to hire an attendant to monitor the kids.
Lindsay, the superintendent released a statement saying they are working with the company that provided the inflatables and also initiated an investigation to try and figure out how this could have happened here. Lindsay.
Stephanie, thank you. And we turn now to an ABC News investigation into home title lock. You may have seen the ads, some with well-known politicians, but now there are questions about the anti-fraud protection company's claims about the threat of home title theft. Our senior investigative correspondent David Scott has this in-depth report.
A new wave of white-collar crime is sweeping the nation. The fast-rising and real threat.
It's called home title theft, forging your home's title so it looks like you sold your home.
You may have seen or heard the alarming ads on TV and radio or online with some familiar faces selling a fraud alert service.
Home Title Lock.
Home Title Lock puts a virtual firewall around your home's title.
A homeowner's title is their proof of ownership.
Criminals literally remove you from your home's title.
And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house.
But an ABC News investigation discovered that many of Home Title Lock's ads contained questionable claims.
Deborah's home was stolen by cyber criminals.
Where we had many days of happiness and laughter.
For years, this grandmother from Florida has been a prominent part of Home Title Lock's pitch.
Sorry, so emotional.
But records obtained by ABC News suggest that's not the whole story.
So, this is the house.
This is body camera footage from when a police officer ended up at the home 2 months before it was sold.
As you can see, it's pretty dirty.
And court documents indicate the home was sold not by some cyber thief, but according to this court transcript, by Deborah's own daughter after Deborah gave her power of attorney.
That is far from the sob story you presented in the ad.
Yeah. I am assuming that she told a whopper to us, if that's true.
Deborah and another alleged victim of home title theft in Texas,
that was going to be my home forever,
have now been largely removed from the website, while the company says it's investigating. And those so-called victim stories are not the only disputed claims in some of the ads.
The FBI calls home title theft one of the fastest growing white-collar cyber crimes in America.
The FBI tells ABC News it doesn't track home title theft statistics and can find no record of issuing any such statement. But Home Title Lock spokesman Art Fitzenmeyer, a former FBI agent, claimed a document he brought with him did just that. It was from 17 years ago.
This one says mortgage fraud.
And as I explained earlier,
it's not the same as
you have to
title
extrapolate
theft.
that out of the fact that there is no title fraud statute.
Companies always have an obligation in their advertising to be truthful. If they are claiming to be reporting on what some agency has said, that has to be truthful.
To be sure, home title theft does happen, and while some communities say it's a real problem for them,
over 50 cases are currently being investigated in South Florida right now.
Home Title Lock suggests it's a nationwide crime wave.
We've talked to local officials around the country, many of whom said that they had a few cases, few if any.
So you can go talk to all these empty suits. I know what the risk is, and I know what the result is. Legal, financial, and emotional nightmare that will wreck a family.
Are you exaggerating the statistics in order to make that point stick?
Absolutely not.
Home Title Lock. That will provide you the peace of mind, the assurance.
Ads have recently aired across dozens of channels, including ABC-affiliated stations.
Can you afford to not have Home Title Lock?
It is really presenting this as you are almost irresponsible if you are not protecting your home by buying a product like this. And certainly when I see an advertisement that is filled with such scare tactics, I am inherently suspicious.
Our thanks to David Scott. Our next guest is a two-time NCAA basketball champion, Olympic gold medalist, and a 7-time NBA All-Star who's considered one of the greatest players of all time. NBA Hall of Famer Grant Hill opens up about his life and career in his new book, Game, an Autobiography. Grant Hill, thanks so much for joining us tonight. How are you?
I'm doing well, and thanks for having me.
So glad to have you on. So your book is really brutally honest. It not only chronicles your successful 19-year professional basketball career, but also tells the story of your anxieties and self-doubt, something that many of us struggle with. How important was it for you to share not only your career highlights, but also some of the tougher moments as well?
Well, you know, I think when you go through this exercise, you want to be honest, you want to be transparent, you want to be vulnerable. And so I tried to do that. I tried to share some of my insecurities, obviously what you talked about, self-doubt, having issues with confidence, particularly during my formative years and even in college, where I was fortunate to play on some great teams at Duke University. Also struggling with this whole notion of standing out, you know, wanting to fit in. And to be a good basketball player, sometimes you got to stand out. So just to lay it all out there, it was nerve-wracking. At times it was painful, but also I think it was very liberating just to kind of take the armor off and get to the core of who you are and share it for everyone. And hopefully someone can be inspired by hearing my story and how I've been able to overcome it.
And that was my thought, that it really is going to be a blessing for some people who are struggling with confidence and self-doubt themselves to say, wow, even Grant Hill dealt with that and he managed to overcome it. And so I think that that'll be helpful for so many. Of course, also at the prime of your basketball career, you were plagued by injuries and multiple times that you were misdiagnosed with your ankle that not only derailed your career, but nearly cost your life. At one point, doctors considered amputating your foot. Tell us about how that happened and how you were able to get through that time.
Yeah, you know, it was a really dark time, and basketball fans from way back then, you know, I think remember that, but they don't know the totality of what I experienced and what I went through. So, you know, I recalled all of that. I remember vividly the feelings, the emotions, the conversations with doctors. And, you know, to go through that, and obviously one of the things, if a particular surgery didn't work, then amputation was the only other option. So it was much worse than I think a lot of people were fully aware of.
And I want to go back to that idea of the lack of confidence, because you write in the memoir, and I want to quote it, you say, confidence was a tricky state of mind. I was good, probably too good at projecting a level of confidence that didn't match my insides. My parents, my close friends could probably recognize my moments of anxiety. They only had to look at my stubby fingernails. I hid it from everyone else. How did you manage that anxiety and keep it private for so long? And how did it manifest itself on the court or when you were doing public speaking?
Well, public speaking was definitely a challenge. I stuttered a lot, not just public speaking, even speaking in small groups. I struggled with articulating my thoughts. I was anxious. I was nervous. Like I said, I didn't have that confidence. The reality, I was a good player. I didn't believe that I was a good player, and that was part of my hurdle, part of my struggle. But ultimately able to get through that, able to fight through, and basketball played a big role in that. And just having success on the court, building up that confidence and that belief in who I am. And I think, as you said, a lot of people go through that and struggle with that and do it in private, as I did. But I think talking about it, sharing, and ultimately examples of people overcoming is inspiring and what people need.
And you also talk about being an only child, raised by extremely successful parents. Your father, Calvin, went to Yale, was a 4-time NFL Pro Bowl running back, best known for his Dallas Cowboy years. Your mother, Janet, an attorney and consultant in Washington, D.C. But you write about that as being a double-edged sword, that some people question your success, and even really start right out at the top of your book with being at one of the basketball camps and people kind of thinking, like, what are you here for? You live in a mansion. Explain how that kind of played into your psyche and your growth.
Well, it was interesting. We didn't live in a mansion, although people might have thought we did growing up. But yeah, I think my parents were great, and they were achievers. They gave me everything I needed, love. They held me accountable. They were great role models, examples, still are to this day. But on the court, and particularly in basketball, it doesn't help. And people have their opinions or their perceptions, their stereotypes, whatever that might be. And so for me, it was about trying to find my own lane and trying to carve out my own identity, which, at times was hard and at times was overwhelming, particularly during my, adolescent years. But, basketball, excelling in basketball, having success there really helped build up my confidence. And my parents have been there from the start and have been on this journey even to finishing this book, and to be able to share this with them in the process, and it's been great.
And some people are also better at overcoming than others. But before we let you go, of course, we got to talk a little basketball. Golden State has a 3-2 edge over the Boston Celtics. Game 6, Thursday night. What's your call? Do you think that the Warriors will be able to pull it out?
I think they will. I felt whoever won Game 4 was going to win the series. And that was a big game in Boston. The Warriors won. They tied it up. I was in San Francisco last night for Game 5. They won that game. So they have 2 games to win one. I think they win. I think they win Thursday night in Boston and win their 4th championship during the Stephen Curry era.
All right, we'll see if we can take that to the bank. Of course, everybody will be watching. Grant Hill, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Game, an autobiography, is now available wherever books are sold. Before we go tonight, our image of the day. Take a look at this new glass bridge with a zip line that opened up in between a canyon in the nation of Georgia. That diamond-shaped thing that you see is apparently a cafe, more than 650 feet in the air. And that person on the bike is quite brave. That is our show for this hour. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Coming up in the next hour, the ABC News exclusive, our Amy Robach sits down with a former wife of Hunter Biden, who, as we know, has attracted a lot of attention over his business dealings and his turbulent personal life. Plus, we speak with a group of female police chiefs from across the country. What would they do to curb gun violence? And we're also tracking the election results coming in. Stay with us.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
The deeper you go into black markets, the darker it gets.
Traffic, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
He thought he was God.
He's now one of the most vilified men in the world. He is the everyman. Zelensky is the Tom Hanks of Ukraine.
The fact that a little nice Jewish boy is 5'7" is showing up this KGB agent in the Kremlin.
What do you say to Americans who see Russia and you not only as a rival, but an unfriendly adversary?
Two men at war.
Which Vladimir will take over. The world is not going to be the same.
So what's good to read this summer? Well, Kate and I have decided to jump in and help you.
And we're talking with Oprah, John Irving, and so many popular authors and influencers.
So we want you to join us. Myself, Charlie Gibson, and my daughter, Kate Gibson.
Oh, hey, that's me.
That is you. For the new podcast series, it is called The Bookcase with Kate and Charlie.
We will make sure you love what you read.
Listen anywhere and anytime. The Bookcase Podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi there, I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're monitoring several developments here at ABC News at this hour. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he is comfortable with the bipartisan gun safety framework and would support the bill if it looks like what was agreed upon. This is the clearest indication yet that he will vote yes, and another sign that the first successful federal gun reform in decades could have a chance of becoming law. A coalition of families and survivors of the 9/11 attack are responding tonight to news that President Biden will visit Saudi Arabia next month and meet with its controversial crown prince. The coalition is calling on the president to make sure his, quote, administration's engagement does not neglect long overdue accountability for the 9/11 attack. In a statement, they wrote, empathy is not enough. As a candidate for president, Biden had vowed to make Saudi Arabia a pariah for the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. And the House of Representatives approved a Senate bill that will provide more security for the families of Supreme Court justices. The legislation passed 396 to 27. All of the noes were from Democrats. It comes 1 week after a man was arrested near Justice Kavanaugh's home and charged with attempted murder. The measure is now heading to the president's desk to be signed into law. But we begin this hour with primary night for 4 states, and there's a key special election as well. Of course, the implications potentially go far beyond the races that are actually playing out tonight. Our political director, Rick Klein, joins us once again. Rick, the polls are closed in South Carolina. They closed about an hour ago, where there are several races tonight. They could give us more insight into whether Republicans who have defied Trump can still win in primaries. What are you watching there as a result, as the results start to come in?
Yeah, Lindsay, it's being called the Trump Revenge Tour, and it's taking Trump and his movement directly into South Carolina. So we've only got about 3% of the expected vote in so far in these districts, so it's very little to go on. But so far, we're seeing Nancy Mace here in the 1st Congressional District in a pretty good spot to hold on. I think conventional wisdom is that she's in a decent spot because the challenger she's up against, although she has the Trump endorsement, she actually lost the general election to a Democrat in a pretty red district a few years back. A different story could be developing up here, though. Congressman Tom Rice in South Carolina's 7th Congressional District, a good bit more Republican, actually, than the other district that we're watching tonight. Tom Rice voted for Trump's impeachment. He is defiant. He said he'd do it all over again. So far, he is down, but again, very little vote in. These are going to be key races, though, to watch throughout tonight and beyond.
And walk us through what else you're monitoring in the other states that are voting tonight.
Yeah, the other big state that we have an eye on is Nevada, and for 2 different reasons. First is Democrats right now control 3 out of the 4 House seats. It's possible that control flips in at least these 2 in the Las Vegas area. We've seen that part of the state just hammered economically by COVID. Of course, the tourism industry essentially cratered. A lot of people are upset around Democratic governance in that state, and the new district lines could actually make it more favorable for Republicans. We're also seeing some change in Latino voting patterns that could be a big deal. And perhaps just as significant in Nevada, you've got statewide candidates who endorse the big lie. Candidates for Senate, for Secretary of State, and other offices who say that Donald Trump was the legitimately elected president, that they wouldn't have certified the election. Those are false claims, but they could be going into the fall in a state that Democrats have a lot of reason to be worried about their prospects in.
And Rick, Texas is having a special election tonight that matters quite a bit for the current Congress and could be an early signal for who will have control of the House after midterms.
Yeah, Lindsay, this is an opportunity for Republicans to eat into that very narrow advantage that the Democrats have in the House right now. Even though we've only got about 6 months left in the congressional term, Texans are voting today here down in the Rio Grande Valley, going all the way up into the Texas Hill Country outside Austin and San Antonio. Is this 34th congressional district, a heavily Latino district, very Democratic in the past. And if you look how redistricting is going to shape it, it's going to become extraordinarily Democratic in the next election just this fall. But Republicans have poured a lot of money into that race. They think it's an opportunity with their Latina candidate to show that the Latino vote is up for grabs in a place like Texas. Democrats nationally have basically sat it out. They say, you know, this is only a seat that you get to rent for 6 months or so. Why put a lot of resources into it when it's going to look that blue in the future? But Republican hopes about shifting Texas and shifting control of Congress across the nation could be pinned on some of these races, some of these districts here in the valley of in the border region around Texas, where Latino voters feel the pinch economically and have been more willing than a lot of people ever thought to vote Democratic. We're seeing some big to vote Republican rather. We're seeing big demographic shifts in that part of the country and beyond.
All right, Rick Klein, our thanks to you. Of course, we'll be checking in with you throughout the night.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And now we continue our politics coverage. And as Rick just mentioned, a Texas special election for a Democratic seat could flip due to the GOP putting manpower and money into capturing the attention of Latino voters in the state. Our Maria Villarreal traveled to Uvalde just days before the Robb Elementary shooting to speak to the GOP members who are implementing grassroots efforts to attract Latino voters and elevate some Latino candidates.
Along the South Texas border, the Rio Grande River, rough and unpredictable, has become an unintended battleground for one of the country's most polarizing issues: immigration. Politicians, both Republican and Democrat, working through the river's unpredictable current to excite and incite potential voters. Title 42, a health policy used by the Trump administration during the pandemic to slow the flow of migrants, was set to expire on May 23rd. But Republican governors from around the country sued the Department of Homeland Security, fighting to keep the policy in place. They argued getting rid of it could open the floodgates to a massive influx of migrants.
Well, the good news is that a court very correctly ruled that Title 42 should not be lifted, which is a good thing. However, it's only a temporary result.
Conservative leaders celebrating after a judge granted an injunction, keeping the policy in place until a compromise was agreed on. The federal government vowing to appeal the decision. The ruling has not stopped large groups from crossing into Texas.
In Eagle Pass, there really isn't a true bus station, so these migrants all get together at a convenience store. They wait for the bus. There's only a few that come through here every day. They hop on here, they head to San Antonio, and then from there, they go out of state. ¿De qué país es?
Venezuela. Oswaldo asked us not to show his face or use his full name out of fear. He left his home country of Venezuela, he says, to escape the danger and corruption perpetuated by the country's government and military. He crossed the Rio Grande River into the U.S. near Del Rio, Texas, where the waters are low enough to walk through.
So he said that this particular area is easier for them and safer for them to cross. And when I asked if they paid anybody, no pagaste también. No. If he paid anybody like a smuggler, he said no, that he used Google Maps. It actually worked very well for him.
This group will head to San Antonio, and most will leave the state to meet up with relatives while their asylum cases wade through the federal court system. But there are other groups apprehended and processed by Border Patrol that end up in small towns like Uvalde, Texas, just outside San Antonio. So despite Title 42 in place, they are still permitted to stay. With a population of less than 20,000 people, the city's budget is small. And Mayor Don McLaughlin says they just don't have the means to take care of these people.
I mean, we've dealt with immigration all our life down here. It's always been something we've always dealt with, but never like we've seen it now.
Is anybody listening to what you guys have to say?
Yes, they come down and they tell us, oh, we're working on it and so forth, but we're not getting any resolve on it. We're really not.
It's an issue newly elected state representative, Republican John Lujan, is committed to changing.
For Latinos, is immigration the biggest issue that you hear people wanting to talk about, or is that just a small part of what concerns this demographic?
I think it's a big part. When I had the privilege of going down to the border
And just talking with friends around here, we're very, very upset about, see, I really believe that we need a strong immigration policy. We need immigrants, 100% we need them. We don't need it this way. We need the federal government to step up and say, here's the rules, here's how you come across, here's how we do it, and then everybody does it that way. But right now what we're doing is we're giving free play for the cartel.
Luan's district has never before elected a Republican representative, and his race is quickly becoming a template for GOP candidates across the country.
I knew it was a big deal, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal. And then I started getting all these invites at Latino leadership conferences, and can I talk to the conservative Latinos in El Paso and the Valley and Houston? And I always say yes. If I can go and I can clear my calendar, I want to go because I think it's that important. I think the way Texas goes, the rest of the United States kind of watches and follows, and I might get some people mad, but I don't like career politicians. I think people need to live life, get experiences, know what's going on, and then say, okay, I want to get in the political game because I want to make a difference in our community. I think that's where, you know, you've got to write some paychecks. You've got to do some living.
It's a grassroots approach now shared by the Republican National Committee. In 2022, the RNC made a multi-million-dollar commitment to attracting more Latino voters in key states. That includes opening community centers in predominantly Hispanic neighborhoods. The GOP focusing their efforts on younger voters and Latinos, preaching conservative values and common sense solutions to issues surrounding education, jobs, and the economy. It's a strategy that's working. Across South Texas, Republicans are seeing massive gains at the polls. In Starr County, voter turnout for Republicans up by more than 10,000%, and raw votes climbing by more than 11,000%. Starr County Republican Party Chair Claudia Alcazar voted Democrat for most of her life, but switched 3 years ago.
Do you think that the efforts that are being made by the GOP party in South Texas specifically are working?
Yes, because we're not, people, I say we are not being ignored and taken for granted anymore. At least, you know what, the Republican Party is trying to recruit us and talk to us and say, you know what, you have a voice that matters.
And that's what John is banking on. He's up for re-election in November and is confident more Latinos will hit the polls and vote Republican.
You know what scares me is there's extremes coming both from the far right and the far left. It's that middle ground that we're really suffering, and those two ends are pulling us apart. And I tell you what, I'm looking forward, if I win this race, I'm going to be working with really good Republicans. I'm going to be working with really good Democrats.
Our thanks to Maria for that. And now to the Americans who are weathering the worst inflation in 40 years. Today, President Biden said the soaring prices are sapping the strength of a lot of families. And tonight, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve, which is poised to raise interest rates while trying to walk an incredibly thin line, taming inflation without triggering a recession. Victor Akendo reports.
Tonight, with prices rising at their fastest clip in 40 years, the Federal Reserve expected to raise interest rates by 3/4 of a point to slow inflation, the biggest hike in nearly 3 decades.
Everyone can agree that this inflation is very painful and it has to come down. So the only way of doing that is getting those interest rates up and slowing the growth rate in the economy.
The move will send the cost of credit cards, car loans to mortgages even higher at a time when Americans are already paying more for just about everything. In Minnesota,
is this not enough?
Demand soaring at this food bank.
Got 3 kids, 2 teenagers and a young one, so anything helps. We barely make it, and I get paid pretty good at my job.
Families are now shelling out nearly $350 more every month than they did for the same things last year. Gas prices averaging about $5 a gallon, up about 50%. Groceries up almost 12%, and rent up 26%. Marilyn Bailey in Tampa, Florida is retired. Now that her rent is going up, she's looking for work.
It's going to be a stretch. So I'm looking for a part-time job at 75.
Former teacher Jane Moore had to go back to work too, and is watching her nest egg shrink by the day.
What took the biggest hit? Was it the 401k?
Yes, it was. I'm the most nervous about that.
And what's costing you the most right now?
The gas, the food, the electric, of course, has gone up too.
Everything costs more.
Everything costs more.
And with growing fears of a recession, President Biden facing growing pressure to take steps to ease the pain. Today in Philadelphia, blaming Republicans for blocking his proposals to lower prices on things like drugs and childcare.
The problem is,
Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can to stop my plans to bring down costs on ordinary families.
But for now, so many Americans are feeling the squeeze, asking how long they can weather the storm.
I don't know how working people are going to be able to afford medicine, groceries, gasoline, car payments, mortgage. I don't know.
And the Fed is expected to raise interest rates. They're trying to tame inflation without plunging the country into a recession, but many experts are warning the country may be headed for one anyway. Lindsay?
Victor, thank you. Next tonight, the January 6th investigation, and former Vice President Mike Pence is speaking out days before the House Select Committee will look at the pressure he was under to reject Joe Biden's certification as president. At the same time, there are new questions about money that former President Trump raised on the back of false stolen election claims. Here's ABC's chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl.
As lawmakers prepare to outline what they describe as Donald Trump's relentless pressure campaign against his own vice president, Mike Pence is speaking out.
I'll always believe that I did my duty that day, and I know in my heart of hearts I did. And I believe that when all the information and the facts come forward, the American people will better understand what occurred.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has testified that it was Pence, not Donald Trump, who called the Pentagon when the Capitol was under siege.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here.
By contrast, here is General Milley's description of his conversation with President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have to kill the narrative that the vice president is making all the decisions.
The committee is using the testimony of Trump's own top advisors to make the case against him. Former Attorney General Bill Barr saying when it came to claims of a stolen election, Trump didn't care about the truth.
When I went into this and would, tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
The committee says Trump and his allies conned supporters into donating some $250 million to fight the election results.
So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff.
Where did the money actually go? $1 million of it went to a foundation run by White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. More than $200,000 spent at Trump Organization properties.
Kimberly!
And tens of thousands of dollars went to Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was seen backstage at the rally outside the White House on January 6th.
Liberty-loving patriots that will not let them steal this election.
She spoke for 2.5 minutes and then was paid $60,000.
Transformative, impactful president.
There's a second, our thanks to Jonathan Karl. And now we turn to an ABC News exclusive. The former wife of Hunter Biden, Kathleen Buell, sat down with our Amy Robach discussing her new memoir, If We Break. Hunter Biden, of course, has attracted a great deal of attention over his business dealings and his troubled personal life. And through it all, his former wife has remained in the shadows until now. Our Amy Robach has her story.
She was married to Hunter Biden for 24 years. And for the first time, Kathleen Buell is opening up in an ABC News exclusive about her new memoir, If We Break.
The process of writing the book was incredibly cathartic. I came to own some of the decisions and choices I made, which was hard.
Now divorced from the president's son for 5 years, Buell detailing everything from watching her husband struggle with drug and alcohol addiction.
At what point in your marriage did you realize that Hunter had a drinking problem?
With addiction, especially, there's so much shame surrounding it that it becomes something that we don't talk about.
We've seen images of Hunter, the ones that were on his laptop looking disheveled. Was that the husband you knew in moments at times?
Not at all. He was struggling under a massive drug addiction. And that's heartbreaking and painful. And that wasn't who I was married to.
To her decision to let him control their finances.
You say you weren't really involved in the finances at all.
This was one of the harder parts for me to write and to acknowledge. It's embarrassing to say that I ceded all financial control to my husband.
Do you know why you did that?
I liked the nice things, and I didn't want to think about the cost at which they were coming. Writing this book really helped me to understand how unfair that was to Hunter and how unhealthy that was for me.
It was in 2003 when Hunter returned from rehab the first time, and he tells you something about the tax situation. What did he tell you?
That we owed money in taxes, but that he had set up a payment plan and he wasn't worried.
In the last several years, Hunter Biden's finances have come under intense public scrutiny. Biden announced in December 2020 that federal investigators had been probing his tax affairs and foreign business dealings. Sources telling ABC News part of the investigation includes Hunter Biden's work with a natural gas firm based in Ukraine called Burisma, where he served on the board from 2014 to 2019. The investigation is ongoing. Biden has not been charged with a crime.
If you were called to testify, would you have anything to say?
No, I have buried my head in the sand. I really hope that's a lesson that women hear. Understand your finances, take responsibility for them.
I sat down with Hunter back in 2019. I asked him specifically whether or not he would have been asked to be on that Burisma board if his last name hadn't been Biden. And he said to me, I don't know, probably not. I don't think there's a lot of things that would have happened in my life if my last name wasn't Biden. Would you agree with that?
Not entirely. Trying to get someone to parse out what parts of their life, came from their parents is, in my mind, not a healthy exercise. So I think he has always acknowledged the benefit and advantage of coming from a prominent family.
Did he deliberately curry favor or seek profit based on who his father was? That's the question people ask. In your experience as his wife, did you see that?
I saw someone who loved his father, respected his parents, and was proud to be their son. And it was here that I walked with my girlfriends where they...
Buell also recounts the day she learned of Biden's relationship with her late brother-in-law's widow, Hallie, after Beau passed away. But while she and Hunter were still married, she says one of her daughters found text messages between her father and her aunt on his phone and called their therapist to help tell Kathleen.
Did Joe or Jill Biden ever talk to you about what happened? I mean, I know they put out a statement. I don't know how that made you feel, saying they supported the relationship between Hunter and Hallie.
The one thing I've never, ever questioned was Joe and Jill's love and attention to my 3 daughters. Divorce was hard on all of us because we were very close, but we come together out of a shared love for my daughters.
After their divorce, another battle, Buell learning she had stage 3 colon cancer.
Nobody in my family had colon cancer. I am a runner, relatively healthy. So when she said that I had cancer, within minutes, I thought, I can't believe I was that upset about divorce.
She says she is now looking ahead to the next chapter of her life.
Why did you decide to go back to your maiden name?
Because I think the Biden name was so much a part of my identity. I mean, the idea that I was a 49-year-old college-educated woman with a community of support, relatively smart, I really felt like I couldn't make it on my own. That's crazy. It was frightening, but I did it, and it felt empowering. I wrote, this is not a story about who's right and who's wrong. I really tried to keep it to what was my relationship to Hunter's addiction. Where was I in my marriage, in the choices I made? This is my story, the story of Kathleen Buell.
Our thanks to Amy for that. And we reached out to the White House and to Hunter Biden for comment and have not heard back. Guns, crime, mental health. These are just some of the topics Americans are concerned about in their communities. However, Americans aren't the only ones feeling the impact. So are their local law enforcement departments. I sat down with 3 top officers from different parts of the country to discuss navigating the current state of our nation and whether or not female officers have advantages over their male counterparts.
Multiple manhunts underway as the country reels from another spree of deadly mass shootings.
As Americans across the country take to the polls this primary season, one topic remains top of mind for many.
Chilling new details about the killing spree at Robb Elementary.
Tyler is advising he is in the room full of victims.
Our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We stand for Lexi. And as her voice, we demand action.
Their cries echoed by thousands. I sat down with several women on the front lines of this crisis plaguing our nation, offering their unique perspectives on this current moment and the future of policing. Chief Gina Hawkins of Fayetteville, North Carolina, Deputy Chief Shannon Trump of Noblesville, Indiana, and Lieutenant Jen Charleston of Springfield, Missouri. To the ladies of law enforcement all across our country, we thank you so much for joining us tonight to have this really important conversation. We've been hearing from many voters who are saying that they're concerned about crime being on the rise in their communities. Is this something that you hear echoed from the residents within your areas?
Absolutely. And as we should, as community members, that's a concern as far as safety. Unfortunately, it's not a quick fix because there's a lot of systems that are involved and frustration that happens when we're facing these issues.
We are unfortunately one of the communities that experienced a school shooting back in 2018.
Students running to safety as the nightmare unfolded.
All units, active shooter, Noblesville West Middle School.
Every time an incident happens nationally, it hits really close to home for us and makes us work that much harder to get everybody at the table to figure out what we can do, from prevention to outreach to anything we can do afterwards.
Many people rely on the police really not just to serve and protect, but also to diagnose. There's been a lot of conversation about maybe, are the police the right people to call when there is a mental health crisis.
We can all agree that law enforcement should not be the first responder to a mental health issue. But what that has also done is brought the attention for law enforcement to not just think outside the box of resources that are in the community to bring to the table to address those issues. In my agency, I created a mental health liaison right now just to focus on the repeat calls that we get that are mental health related.
We shouldn't be the first responders, most certainly, but people are going to call and we're going to respond. That's what we do.
Because of all the recent mass shootings that we've seen from Uvalde to Buffalo, New York to Philadelphia, are your departments going through more initiatives, more training lately?
Every opportunity that we can train on being aware of issues or shootings that's happening nationwide, we take advantage of it. So all the unfortunate incidents are opportunities for us to review the limited information we have, but also rethink about what's going on.
There have been countless studies pointing toward the importance of police force being reflective of its community members, yet women only make up actually less than 13% of full-time officers in the United States and hold only 3% of command positions. In your experiences, what kind of impact does seeing a fellow female face have on a community?
I started with the City of Atlanta Police Department. So I, as a young officer, had a female chief and had female in command. I also was critiqued by male supervisors who directly told me, I don't think females should be officers. And we have shown over time that we are able to do a lot of things as men are able to do.
I did not have female role models when I came up on my career. I did not see a female chief. I never had a female mentor. And I think to get officers into this profession that are females, you have to see that. You can't trust an agency when you don't see people sitting in the leadership positions that can make the decisions that need to be made that are going to be reflective of you.
Do you think that it's possible to see an increase in the number of women who join law enforcement in our current climate? Is there something that needs to actively change for those numbers to go up?
I started with Springfield Police Department in 2000, and there was only 17 female officers, which was 6%. In 2020, we had 40 officers that were sworn, so females that were sworn. It was great to see that increase to 12%. When I see another female officer who has gone through the ranks, it gives me that confidence and motivation that I can do that also.
Are there things that you feel women are able to do better, that there's some advantage to being a female in law enforcement?
Not only are women able to do things better, we've had to do things double than men just to have a conversation. We've had to, in these positions, go overboard and overachieve just to be recognized. If you don't believe me, check the resumes of most of the leadership of women and compare that to the other men. We get critiqued and criticized constantly.
I always prided myself on, I don't want to have to fight you. So I always got better at talking. And if I could leave that situation and I could get you to do what I wanted you to do just by talking to you, that was my goal. And that's something that we talk about, I think women excel at.
A Pew survey back in 2017 found that female officers, only 11% had actually fired their guns while on duty compared to 30% of men. Are women better at de-escalating?
I supervised 5 squads. Out of those 5 squads, the one squad that had 5 females, I had the least amount of use of force. And I really contributed to our excellent communication skills.
We're better collaborators. We have a little bit more emotional intelligence and awareness. We want to work as a team. You know, we want to figure out what the problem is and resolve the problem without our egos coming into play. We might think when we get into an encounter, how can we make sure we survive and everyone survives safely?
Officers, ladies, we thank you so much for your time and insight. Really appreciate the conversation and academic discussion. And still to come, why Putin's fiercest critic may soon be on his way to one of the world's worst prisons. And as federal gun reform works its way through Congress, we take a look at arguably the strongest gun safety laws to see how well they've worked. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye. Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7 straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
National parks are incredibly safe places, but crime will happen.
Hey, Mama. My wife has fallen. She's in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident. There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live. Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
Welcome back. We're tracking several headlines around the world. Putin's fiercest critic, we have now learned, is heading to arguably one of the world's worst prisons. Described as monstrous, even by Russia's notorious jail conditions, Alexei Navalny has been transferred to a maximum security colony, according to state media. Navalny's spokesperson has yet to confirm the transfer. The World Health Organization said it will convene an emergency meeting next week to assess whether the monkeypox outbreak represents a public health emergency. The WHO director called it clearly unusual and concerning. The current outbreak is affecting far more nations than usual. There were 6 events declared public health emergencies by the agency, including the Ebola outbreak in West Africa in 2013, Zika in 2016, and of course, COVID. And South Korea's prime minister warns that if a nationwide trucker strike does not end soon, it could cause serious harm to the nation's economy. It's now in its 8th day and has cost more than $1 billion in damages and still counting. Truckers are calling for an extension of measures guaranteeing minimum wages due to soaring fuel prices. South Korean officials warn if this doesn't end soon, it could make the global supply chain issues even worse. And now let's take a look at the primary results starting to come in from South Carolina. Republican Nancy Mace is trying to fend off far-right challenger Katie Arrington. At this time, you can see that Nancy Mace is leading 56% to 41%, but that's only 16% of the expected vote reporting at this time. And Mace's fellow Republican Tim Rice voted to impeach President Trump after January 6th. The 5-term representative is facing off against State Representative Russell Fry. At this hour, here is where things stand. Russell Fry leading over Tim Rice with 45% of the vote to Rice's 27%. But again, they're only 28% of the expected vote count in at this time. Now to guns in America. As a group of bipartisan senators work to get a final deal through Congress, some action has taken place at the state level after previous mass shootings. That includes Connecticut, which passed sweeping gun reform in the wake of the Sandy Hook massacre nearly a decade ago. ABC's Martha Raddatz spoke with the state's governor, Ned Lamont, about whether what Connecticut did could serve as a model for the rest of the nation.
4 months after the Sandy Hook massacre, Connecticut passed some of the strictest gun laws in the country, instituting mandatory background checks, banning the sale of high-capacity magazines, creating a dangerous weapon registry, and broadening what classifies as an assault weapon.
I'd like to think that if the rest of the country had followed that lead, we'd have more people alive today.
Many thought Sandy Hook would be the turning point in America. President Obama in 2012 calling on Congress to act.
If there's even one step we can take to save another child or another parent or another town, then surely we have an obligation to try.
But that federal effort, like others, ultimately failed. Now, nearly a decade later, gun violence is at a 30-year high. Connecticut's governor defending his state's restrictions, saying they don't infringe on the Second Amendment. Instead, he said they protect residents.
We put in place some reasonable gun laws that keep you safe, keep your family safe. Red flag laws keep your family safe. That's suicide in many cases. Nobody is taking away your guns. You're still hunting, doing that safely. You got to understand that we can get the right balance. These slippery slope arguments kill a lot of reasonable compromise.
But passing national gun reform is difficult. Senators would need 60 votes to clear the filibuster threshold, a high bar for such a polarizing subject. And amidst powerful pressure from the gun lobby, the National Shooting Sports Federation outspent the NRA for the first time this year. We asked their spokesman what, if anything, they'd support from U.S. lawmakers.
They're looking at maybe improving the accuracy of the background check system. They're looking at, possibilities of, working with states to get them to write their own red flag laws. Those are ideas that we could get behind. Those are ideas that we could support.
State by state.
State by state.
Not federally. You heard the doctor testify this week, the Uvalde pediatrician, that those children's bodies were decimated and decapitated by that AR-15. Why does anyone need a weapon like that? Why does any civilian need a weapon?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of questions. What we're actually asking here is, are we willing to take away people's fundamental civil liberties? Are we willing to take away people's rights because of the actions of a criminal?
If senators fail to reach a deal, it would be up to states to take individual action. Governor Lamont hopeful that any federal legislation would be better than nothing. Is making a little bit of progress better than nothing, or do you hold out for everything?
No, a little bit of progress is always worth it. Fight for what you can get, and then come back next year for a little bit more.
Our thanks to Martha Raddatz, and that's our show for this hour. We'll be back at 9 o'clock for live election night coverage. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a good day.
Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions, straightforward reporting, no spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7, there for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Ready for a little GMA-ish promo? Okay, here we go. GMA 7A every day with Robin, George, and Michael. That's how you start the day. Boom!
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Let's stop thinking that we can turn schools into armed fortresses. They should be safe havens. They have to be welcoming and safe environments for our kids.
Randy Weingarten knows that teachers are on the front lines in America's gun violence epidemic.
Teachers don't want to be armed with weapons. They want to be armed with books.
As the president of the 1.7 million member American Federation of Teachers, she was in Washington, D.C. over the weekend, marching with her colleagues.
When should we end gun violence? Now! Basically,
demanding that something be done to end the rampant gun violence ravaging the country.
Why should you be able to have an AR-15 before you can drink?
Enough is enough! Enough is enough! Enough is enough! Stop the!
These teachers are joining thousands across the country who want Congress to pass stricter gun laws.
What do we want? Gun control! Where do we want it now?
Our enemy is gun violence. Our goal is peace. Many of them surrounding the Washington Monument and the youth-led movement March for Our Lives, formed by students in the wake of the 2018 mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
If our government can't do anything to stop 19 kids from being killed, it's time to change who is in government.
And now, for the first time in nearly 3 decades, it seems that some change may actually be coming. A bipartisan group of senators yesterday agreeing to the framework of a potential deal centered around mental health and school security. Some of the provisions would include strengthening background checks, allowing juvenile records to be screened for gun buyers under 21, funding for states to adopt red flag laws to temporarily take guns away from those considered dangerous, and expanding gun restrictions for convicted domestic violence abusers.
I'm hoping that 10 Republicans supporting the bill is not a ceiling, but is the floor.
This bill will not end the epidemic of gun violence overnight, but it is substantial. It is significant. It will save lives.
While President Biden has signaled support for the proposed plan, it still falls short on what he was calling for. No ban on assault weapons, and the age to purchase will remain at 18.
It makes me want to cry like tears of happiness. This is just a first step. It's not the last.
In the meantime, states are taking their own steps towards solutions. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine today signing a bill allowing teachers to have guns in school after 24 hours of training, despite opposition from a police group and education employee unions.
Do you need a gun in your classroom?
Absolutely not. That is quite possibly the most absurd recommendation that anyone can make for a classroom teacher.
Sarah Lerner is an English teacher at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and a survivor of the 2018 shooting.
If I had a gun on campus that day, and if the shooter had entered my room, by the time I would have accessed my weapon, I would have been shot and killed. A handgun is no match for an AR-15. And what happens if a student gets a hold of my gun? What happens if I have it and I shoot the wrong person?
Some school districts are engaging professional safety training companies.
Teachers in schools train for fires every single month. We need to be prepared for a person that could be a threat on the campus as well.
Steve Smith is the co-founder of Guardian Defense, an emergency preparedness consulting firm formed after the tragedy in Sandy Hook. Smith is a South Florida police officer and was actually a first responder to the 2018 school shooting in Parkland.
I did absolutely nothing to save a life, because by the time I got there, this situation was already over. This took 6.5 minutes for 17 people to be killed and 17 to be injured. So the people that are going to be affected and targeted are the ones that need to know how to respond to it. And that's these teachers. They are the first responders, not us, they are. If we're in a classroom, this is where we always start the basics.
Now, a decade since Sandy Hook, and over an estimated 250 trainings in schools, offices, and houses of worship.
And no matter which way we get out, we can make our way to a rally point and feel safe and secure there.
Smith concedes that the needs for these type of trainings are uniquely American.
When you started the business, could you have imagined that it would have spread to sort of all walks of life?
No, it's still unimaginable that we actually have to do this sort of training.
It's kind of dystopian.
It is. Take the strap, I'm going to pull it as tight as I can.
Preparing for the worst case scenario can also mean learning how to help the wounded in the aftermath of a school shooting.
Are we ready to deal with a major event in our schools?
Just 3 hours southeast of Uvalde, Texas, this Corpus Christi High School is holding a Stop the Bleed training for educators and administrators across the district. Today, they're learning how to use tourniquets and packing techniques to help keep people with life-threatening injuries alive.
Perfect. Here is your gauze and your injured person.
Jennifer Carr, who is leading the training, says each second is crucial.
Somebody with life-threatening bleeding, which is usually bleeding from an artery, arterial bleeding, can die in just as little as 3 to 5 minutes. And so that's why this class is very important, for people to be able to recognize life-threatening bleeding and to immediately act to control that bleeding.
Propelled by previous shootings, the White House launched the Stop the Bleed campaign in 2015. Since then, programming developed in partnership with the American College of Surgeons has trained nearly 2 million people nationwide.
The training today was wonderful just because there's a lot of information that you wouldn't know unless you were a nurse or a doctor or you've had that type of specific training.
One of the trainees, Marcy Davis, the principal at a nearby elementary school.
It really is my biggest fear. I tell all my students every day, I have 2 jobs. I have to make sure you're learning, have to make sure you're safe. And that safety piece has just grown exponentially over the years.
She says lockdown drills used to happen once a semester. Now, she's considering holding them once a month. And she's added additional security officers at the school.
I have these great safety kits, so we use those for lockdown drills or in case of chemical emergency. But now I'm going to restock them with a couple of extra things from the Stop the Bleed training. So I need to price those things. We need to figure out how to get those things for our students. So
Texas even requires the training. HB 496 went into effect in 2020, which mandates schools in the state have easily accessible bleeding control stations, provide bleed training, and have a plan in place for traumatic injuries.
You can't do enough training. You just can't. And I'm not going to say that we are as good as first responders, but think about it. We will be the first responders. Because we've got to act that quickly as help comes to us.
Superintendent Conrado Garcia acknowledges it's preparedness, not prevention.
I do not feel as a practitioner that teachers or myself should be walking around with a pistol at all. And this notion, well, if the good guy had a gun versus the bad guy, I'm sorry. I may offend, or I'm going to step on people's toes. That's phony baloney, because that's not our training and should not be our training.
Davis says her family owns guns, but she too supports tighter gun laws, including raising the age limit for buying guns.
Nowadays, I think that teachers are on the front lines of gun violence, and that's new for us. And I do think it's above our pay grade. It is, and they still show up every day and do the jobs.
Enough. Never again. Cries that have often felt like a drop in the bucket. That just maybe is finally starting to overflow.
You ever feel like you're screaming at the sky?
I do, but I know that somebody has to hear me. So I keep screaming. But I know I'm not the only one who's screaming. If enough of us are screaming, somebody's got to hear us.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It was an extraordinary story.
A computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do you evade capture for 25 years? How do you do that?
Now, join the search, following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in a global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
National parks are incredibly safe places, but crime will happen.
Hey, Mama. My wife is fallen. She's in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident.
There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
We were creating the perfect Mormon family. And then I fell in love with my friend. Yeah, I'm like stupidly in love with her. Leaving the church was leaving who I was. The lesbian ex-Mormon story is not something that's been shared very much, but I feel like our story needs to be told. Nobody tells you when you're Mormon is that there actually is another way.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this.
It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough. You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms. Thank you for making ABC's This Week, Sunday morning's #1 news show versus the competition.
Andrew Jackie, Nicole, and Maggie were second and third graders when the gunman entered Sandy Hook Elementary School a decade ago. Children. Today, they are teenagers, all students at nearby Newtown High School. But they all vividly remember the shooting in heartbreaking detail.
We heard the sounds pretty early on, and I remember looking at my teacher's face and her shock and just, like, this, we knew it wasn't a drill.
I do remember my thoughts of I'm going to die and, like, I'm not going to make it out of the school. Like, there's no way that I'm making it out.
When you're 7 years old and you think you're going to die, what does that even mean?
I was towards the front near the door, and I remember thinking, if someone comes in our classroom, like, I'm going to be first, I'm not going to make it out.
After just 4.5 minutes of shooting with an AR-15, 26 people, 20 children killed. The images from that day capturing the chaos and immeasurable pain of an entire community. The children too young at the time to fully realize the horror and brutality of what was unfolding around them.
So you didn't imagine that it was a gunman? Just didn't ever enter your mind that a gunman?
When they told me what happened, you know, I still had trouble comprehending exactly what happened. You know, you wouldn't expect a second grader to come to that conclusion on their own, really.
All four lost classmates, friends, and neighbors. For Maggie, the shooting claimed the life of her best friend, 7-year-old Daniel Barden.
It was very traumatic for me because there was no comfort whatsoever. No one could comfort anyone else because it was just pure devastation and loss, and we all loved this boy so much. And I didn't know that those sounds I was listening to was my friend being murdered.
Explain to people how this has changed you as a human being and altered your life.
I think trauma stays with a person forever, and it finds a way to manifest itself into all aspects of everything.
I know when you walked out, you were told to close your eyes.
Yeah.
Put your hand on a friend in front of you so you wouldn't see anything. You opened your eyes.
I did. I was told I was in the back of the line, and there was glass and obviously blood, and I didn't want to step on anything, so I did open my eyes. Yeah.
That's a thought that probably does not go away.
No.
Think if people saw what you saw, who don't want any tighter gun controls, they might change their mind.
Absolutely.
That trauma, impossible to forget.
I couldn't get the sounds out of my head during the night. I couldn't close my eyes without reliving it. And
I remember being embarrassed because my friends would have sleepovers and I wouldn't be able to go because my anxiety just wouldn't let me be away from my family or by myself.
When you heard about Uvalde and the kids, where were you and what were you thinking?
I was just thinking about all the families that are in their houses right now telling their children that their siblings and that their friends and their classmates are gone. And it just really broke me to know that after 10 years of everyone giving us their thoughts and prayers, and, you know, after 10 years of everyone saying enough is enough and never again after Sandy Hook, it happened again, and so devastatingly.
These survivors are furious that no compromise has come and that more lives have been lost.
our government and just we as a nation, we know the solutions. We have proposed the solutions. We've proposed limited magazines. We've proposed changing ages for buying an assault rifle that you can buy at the age of 18. We've known about these issues. We've known the ways we can stop them. I think what we know just needs to come to fruition.
All of these teens scarred by that 4.5 minutes of terror and carnage, imagining what it was like for the students in Uvalde who had to endure more than an hour of waiting before police finally entered.
What would you say to the survivors of Uvalde, the other children who saw horrible things, who might have been in that classroom?
It's hard thinking that they're gonna have to live the rest of their lives with this trauma.
We completely stand with them and support them. And as devastating as it is that they now have this community of people who have endured a tragedy, they have a community of people who understand them. And I think that has been something that's kept me going, is that the people around me know what I'm going through. And I hate that they do, and I hate that now these little kids are part of our community, but we're here for them in any way that they need. And I'm sorry that they're with us now.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
Elizabeth Holmes found guilty on 4 counts of fraud, facing the possibility of decades in prison. Now, we take you inside the courtroom and behind the scenes. The Dropout, Elizabeth Holmes on Trial. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
National parks are incredibly safe places. A crime will happen.
My wife had fallen. She's in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident.
There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a 3rd hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Tonight, the first primary election night since the explosive January 6 hearings began.
If he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality.
South Carolina, Nevada, Maine, and North Dakota among the states casting their votes. On the ballots, Trump endorsed candidates that support the false idea that the election was stolen, the lie that led to the insurrection. How will they fare as the committee gets ready for the next hearing? And how will candidates respond to the record inflation suffocating many American families? Economists warn the U.S. economy may be heading toward a recession.
Having watched the way that the gas and the groceries went skyrocketing, I'm really nervous to see what the air conditioning cost is going to be. Not being able to plan for that is scary.
All of this as a tentative deal to curb gun violence has been reached in the Senate. Can lawmakers keep this momentum as a new crop of candidates prepare to potentially step in? The balance of power at stake as both parties prepare for major tests. ABC News Live is bringing you complete context and analysis of this election night and what it means for you. We have team coverage, lawmakers, and experts all standing by. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis reporting in from Los Angeles tonight. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Tonight marks the first primary election since the start of the highly anticipated investigation into last year's attack on the U.S. Capitol. Nevada, South Carolina, North Dakota, and Maine all casting ballots in races for the Senate, House, and governor as one of the darkest days in American history has been thrust back into the public consciousness. The January 6 hearings reveal new details and never-before-seen testimony. But tonight, some Republican incumbents face primary challengers backed by former President Trump after breaking away from Trump's false claims the election was stolen. Meanwhile, recession fears are on the rise as all eyes are on the Federal Reserve, which could dramatically raise interest rates tomorrow in a bid to try to curb inflation. But can lawmakers ease the pain felt by American families, or who will pay a price at the polls if they don't? All this as a deal was reached in the Senate to slow the slew of mass shootings that has recently terrorized our country. A rare glimpse of bipartisanship if it eventually becomes law. So much at stake and so many storylines that we're watching. We want to get right away to ABC News political director Rick Klein. And Rick, I know it's still early, but what's the biggest headline that you're anticipating tonight?
Yeah, we're tracking South Carolina. That is the next stop on what was largely labeled as the Trump revenge tour. Two Republican congressmen in particular that he has been trying to oust from office. One is here in the 1st Congressional District, Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Right now, the returns are early. She holds about a 10-point lead over her opponent, but that's with only about 20% of the expected vote in that district. But if she were to hold on, that would be a big storyline out of tonight. It looks, based on the early returns, like a different storyline in the neighboring 7th Congressional District, where Congressman Tom Rice currently is trailing his Republican primary opponent. Both candidates below that magic threshold of 50% to avoid a runoff. But what's interesting, Lindsay, is that these two members of Congress both broke with Trump around January 6th, but then they took slightly different paths. Nancy Mace really has been emphasizing how close she is to Trump and to the MAGA movement. Tom Rice saying defiantly that he would have cast that vote for impeachment all over again if he had the opportunity. It's possible that they have different fates tonight after pursuing different strategies.
And millions of Americans have, of course, been watching the January 6th committee hearings. How is the insurrection and the role of President Trump factoring into some of today's Republican primaries?
Yeah, the graphic I pulled up here, Lindsay, are all of the states that have candidates that deny the results of the last election. They buy into the big lie, have candidates for statewide office. And if you look just at the battleground states, you see that there's a large number of states where this is the case. And Nevada is on the ballot today. This could be one of the biggest victories yet for big lie supporting candidates. We see Nevada Republicans putting forward for statewide office, for Senate, even Secretary of State candidates who say that the last election was not properly certified, that they wouldn't have certified the election. Just tonight, Trump has endorsed the candidate for Secretary of State there in neighboring Arizona. He's attacked the Republican establishment there for not standing up against the election victory that Joe Biden had. And look, if Republicans win these races and have big lie supporting candidates, you're talking about someone that could potentially be in office and actually do the things that Trump wanted done last time around.
On the flip side, our own polling shows that fewer than 30% of Americans actually approve of President Biden's response to inflation and the high gas prices. What's the message that Democrats are hoping to win as far as the economy tonight?
Well, Nevada is a great case in point on this. Democrats right now control 3 of the 4 congressional seats in Nevada. They may lose all of them after this fall. Also, a special election that's going on there in the southern part of Texas around the Rio Grande Valley could be a key marker in that battle as well. Look, they're trying to make the case that they're trying their best. That they're basically taking the steps. They feel the pain of the American people. They're taking the steps that they're able to take, and that things might be on the mend. That's the path to maybe Biden's approval rating nudging up, and for people to focus on other issues. Also, the issue of abortion is going to be front and center in the weeks and months to come. We're waiting on that Supreme Court ruling. I'll tell you, talking to a strategist, Nevada in particular, that Senate race could easily turn on abortion rights. And if it does, it gives Democrats at least a fighting chance of holding that seat.
All right, Rick, of course, we'll be checking in with you throughout the night. And now let's take a look at South Carolina, where 2 incumbent Republican representatives on the ballot have become 2 main objects of former President Trump's anger after the 2 placed blame on him for the January 6th insurrection. Let's take a look there. Russell Fry with 47% of the vote, above Tom Rice with 25%, nearly half of the expected votes reporting at this time. In South Carolina's 7th Congressional District, State Representative Russell Fry earned the endorsement of Trump against 5-term Representative Tom Rice, who defends his impeachment vote and condemnation of Trump's role in the insurrection. And you see those results there so far. Again, we'll continue checking in on the House District 7 seat in South Carolina. Now to the state's 1st district. Freshman Congressmember Nancy Mace condemned Trump's claims about the presidential election being stolen just days into her term, is being challenged by cybersecurity analyst Katie Arrington, who Trump has called a true Republican. You see their reasonably close race there, but Nancy Mace with 54% of the vote, about 10% higher than Katie Arrington, but still just about a quarter of the expected votes reporting so far. Let's go now to ABC News political reporter Brittany Shepard on the ground for us in South Carolina with Congresswoman Nancy Mace's campaign. Good evening to you, Brittany. Just give a sense of how the campaign is feeling there as they lead tonight, despite that direct opposition from former President Trump.
Good evening, Lindsay, from the low country. I mean, you could feel the energy here just behind me. The band is rocking. People have their summer whites on. They're clinking Coors Light. I just was able to catch up with Representative Mace. She says that she's cautiously optimistic, and they have a good reason to. Up by 10 points. It's still early in the evening, but things are looking her way. The question is, how is she able to fend off Trump? Came off pretty hard against Trump after January 6th, but it's important to remember the kind of Republican that lives here in the Charleston area, especially in the suburbs here in Mount Pleasant. This is the kind of Republican who was roiled by the insurrection, one where Trump is no longer a god, but a mere man, and bread and butter issues matter. Inflation, this is a huge port city, log jams coming over from overseas. These are things that voters here really care about. They want to work across the aisle. They want to work with Democrats. It's a swingy district, one that she won by less than 5,000 votes back in 2020. And that message on the campaign from January all the way to now seems to be sticking. Like I said, it's an early night, but you could feel people just really, really ready to rock, obviously, right for Nancy Mace.
Yeah, we hear them rocking behind you. And as for your comment about whether Trump is a mere man or a god, I don't know. I guess there are some Trump supporters who might take you up on that. But meanwhile, Congressman Tom Rice in the 7th District is facing a tougher fight to keep his job. What factors are making that race more challenging for Rice after his vote to impeach the former president?
Well, it's important to look at the demographic makeup of these districts. He is in the 7th congressional district, is in the north of the state. It's far more conservative. These are the more traditional, labor class Republicans who are Trump allies, probably more on that God than mortal side, who are really mad and are buying Trump's attacks and the attacks of Fry, saying that there is a traitor in Charleston, in South Carolina, that they're trying to get out. And those all factors work against him, especially you heard him sitting down with John Carl saying that he would make that impeachment vote not once but twice. And if he does go down with the ship, we're going to know why, probably because Trump and his endorsed opponents drove that to the polls tonight.
All right, thank you so much. Brittany Shepard at the Mace campaign for us. And of course, we'll be speaking with Congresswoman Mace in just a few minutes and checking back in with you later on tonight, Brittany. In the state's Democratic primary for governor, the race has narrowed down to 2 candidates in the 5-person race. Former Representative Joe Cunningham and State Senator Mia McLeod, who's the first black woman ever to run for governor of South Carolina. You see her behind by 27%. 57% Joe Cunningham right now, Mia McLeod with 30%. Almost half of the expected votes reporting so far. Moving into the race for a seat in the state's 6th district, Representative James Clyburn is the majority whip and the 3rd-ranking Democrat in the House. And as many know, he was credited with saving President Biden's campaign by a lot of people in 2020 by helping him to win in South Carolina. Jim Clyburn having an easy time tonight. 78% of the expected vote reporting so far. He has nearly 90% already viewed as the winner there to now. And we are joined by him at this point, one of the most influential Democrats in Congress and in the state of South Carolina, Democratic whip, Congressman James Clyburn, kind enough to join us tonight. Well, congratulations. Looks like you've already been able to bring out the champagne and do some toasting tonight. You've, of course, served in the House since 1993. You're now seeking your 16th term, which seems pretty clear. As you know, though, several of your fellow Democrats have chosen not to run for re-election this year with such a razor-thin majority already. Just how difficult will it be for Democrats to hold on to the House come November?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's going to be very difficult, no question about that. We're in an environment that you've got people a little bit confused about where we're going. You've got a president that was elected, turning out an incumbent, yet the kind of things that he campaigned upon and people expected to happen overnight many of those things have not happened. And the problem is that most people feel that when you tell them what you're going to do, they expect for it to get done within the first few months, if not the first year. But we are in a situation where people are disappointed because things have not happened as fast as they wanted them to happen. But this president is doing a great job. We are in a pretty good position when it comes to keeping the promises that he made. A lot of things weren't expected. Nobody expected for Russia, Putin, to be doing the things he's currently doing. That was not expected, and therefore never planned for during the campaign. We've got to factor all that in now. And there are some other things with inflation that in most cases may be caused by what's going on in Russia. So we've got to really keep focused on what the president laid out for the American people and not get too worried about the fact that we have not done it yet. I've been telling everybody, the glass is half full. Let's focus on what it takes. Keep filling up the glass. Not spend all our time worrying about the half empty part of the glass. So that's where we are.
Trying to be optimistic about it all, though you did mention the confusion and disappointment that many voters are feeling right now because of the inflation and rising prices, top of mind for so many voters right now. Given that Democrats do control the House, the Senate, and the White House, can you overcome being blamed for those high prices when voters go to the ballot box? Your point obviously taken about the unexpected, in a war that's going on in Ukraine. But do you feel that people will give that as, oh, okay, we understand that, inflation and these high prices are just something that we have to deal with?
Well, I will accept service on the fact that Democrats control the House. It's a very slim margin, 4 votes, but we do control the House. We do not control the Senate. The Senate is 50-50. And they
well, but when the vice president is able to give her vote, right? I mean, then you do get that very slim margin when she casts her vote.
Well, there's a big difference in being able to get a 51 vote and control. When you control, it means the agenda is yours. What comes to the floor is yours. When you got a 10 vote requirement of Republicans to bring everything to the floor, that's not control. And so I'm just not going to allow that word to go unqualified when we start talk about what controls the Senate. The Senate's got this rule, 60 votes before anything in a debate can be cut off. We don't have but 50. So that is not control when you need 10 Republicans in order to cut off debate.
Well, when you look at control of the White House and control of the House, do you feel that Americans will be forgiving when it comes to the inflation and the high prices?
Let's just say I'm hopeful that it will be forgiven. Do I expect for them to be forgiven? I'm not too sure. I know I've been around this business for a long time, and we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us to convince the American people that the things we're doing are in the best interest. And I do believe with the January 6th committee doing its work, Bennett Thompson has demonstrated to the American people that he has what it takes to get the truth out to them. I do believe that by the time these hearings are over, we will have redefined exactly how we got to where we are, and we'll change the narrative going forward.
And let's turn to the ongoing talks in the Senate on that bipartisan framework on gun safety legislation. While it would be the first progress in decades, do you have any concern that nothing else will get done at this point as far as more substantive regulation of firearms in the future, and that Republicans will then point to this deal if it passes to show, well, we did take action, look at what we did?
Yes, I have concerns about that. Remember, I represent Charleston, South Carolina. The entire peninsula of Charleston is in my congressional district. That includes Emmanuel AME Church, where those 9 souls lost their lives. And from what I see in this framework, I do not see a closing of what I call the Charleston loophole. A young man able to get a gun and to kill 9 souls. How do you prevent that from happening again? Will this framework prevent that? What I've seen thus far tells me it won't. 18-year-olds killing people in Uvalde, killing people in Buffalo, making themselves a gift of a weapon of war for their 18th birthday. Will this bill or this framework solve that problem? I'm not sure. So I can tell you right now, I am going to be very disappointed if the legislation developed from this framework will not cover those problems.
And lastly, to the January 6th committee hearings that are now underway, we saw some back and forth from the committee today on whether their work will actually lead to a criminal referral to the Department of Justice on the former president's conduct surrounding January 6th. How important do you feel that that is as an end goal for this committee?
Well, I think it's very important for this committee to do its work and to reveal all the facts to the American people. Now, it may be that this legislative or congressional committee will not be able to bring charges, criminal charges. But let the Justice Department do its work as well. So what I want to see this committee do is exactly what it has been doing with these first 2 hearings, laying out for the American people exactly what the facts are. A lot of people. But that's not their problem. Their problem is to lay out the facts. And as the Attorney General has said, he's watching these hearings. The people he's put in charge of further investigating, they are watching.
It looks like we have lost Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina, but we thank him for his time tonight nonetheless. And now let's go to Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who is hoping to secure her party's nomination despite opposition from former President Trump. Congresswoman Mace, thank you so much for being here in the midst of I know you're anticipating a victory party tonight. How are you feeling with about a quarter of those results in so far?
We are very cautiously optimistic with the returns that we're seeing tonight, actually. Of course, we want them to come in faster so we can declare victory later this evening.
You can see people already on the dance floor, again, anticipating that victory. Many Republicans are still embracing former President Trump. How do you feel that you were able to overcome that opposition from the former president in your race after you spoke out following January 6th?
Well, South Carolina's 1st congressional district is very much an independent district. It's a swing district. It's purple. And when I won this seat back from Democrats 2 years ago, I promised to be an independent voice. I promised not to toe the party line, particularly when Republicans spent too much and taxed too much. And I've worked really hard in my first year in office. I've passed a number of measures, a number of bills for our veterans, on cybersecurity, on civil rights issues. I've worked really hard, and I hope that hard work pays off tonight.
After the January 6th attack, you talked about the work the Republican Party needed to do in order to rebuild. 18 months later, does former President Trump, in your opinion, still hold too much power over Republicans?
Well, we have a lot of great leaders, including Governor Nikki Haley, who endorsed my campaign this election cycle and the last one. She and I have been out on the campaign trail the last 2 days. I was also endorsed by Trump's former chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, and a number of local elected leaders here in the 1st Congressional District. But the Republican Party, we have a number of leaders, not only in the state of South Carolina, but across the nation. And we ought to be really proud of that.
What's your view on the January 6 hearings that are taking place right now? Do you think that it's worthwhile so that Americans can learn more about that day in the weeks leading up to the day, as in addition to who was responsible?
Well, I've been obviously, today is like a Super Bowl. It's a Republican primary. We've been really focused on the election every day. I've been out door to door knocking. In fact, my kids and I were on electric scooters this weekend going door to door and talking to voters. But I will tell you, there are 4 federal agencies, including the Department of Justice, who've have filed over 1,800 charges against over 800 charges against individuals in and on January 6th, and they're doing the work of arresting folks and charging them with crimes that were committed that day.
I know that you've been busy out on the campaign trail. Have you been watching the hearings at all?
I have not. We've been going nonstop, a million miles a minute, it seems like, because again, this is the Republican primary. It's a big day for anyone who's running for office. Is your primary to get the nomination.
Canvassing your district, what was the biggest issue that voters raised with you?
Inflation and gas prices. That was the number one issue that folks talked about over the last couple of months. Also, immigration has been a big issue. Although South Carolina is not on the border, we had a member of the MS-13 gang arrested in this district last year, and we had 2 years ago, there was human trafficking and sex trafficking in this district in my hometown. It's an issue all across the country, and that was probably the second or third top issue that voters talked to us about this cycle.
On the bipartisan gun deal being discussed in Congress right now, can you get behind the kind of reforms that are being discussed if they can help reduce some of the deadly violence that we're seeing in this country?
I have not had a chance to review the bill that is coming out of the Senate yet. I know that the House voted on a version last week that I voted against because it has no chance of going anywhere in the Senate. We need to find common ground with some common sense while also respecting the laws and law-abiding citizens and making sure we protect their rights too.
Can I ask what you would support with regard to any kind of changes to gun laws?
Well, we've got to look at the mental health crisis in this country. If you look at Chicago, where they don't allow anything larger than a 9mm, there are dozens of shootings every single weekend. And when you look at what happened in Uvalde, that young man was shooting individuals with a BB gun in the days and weeks and months leading up to that horrific event. We've got to look at it case by case and find out what's going to work. Mental health counselors in every school, ensuring that there are SROs, armed security guards in schools, ensuring that we're addressing the crises that are facing our country, and that when someone is reported to the police, that something's done about it. Because oftentimes, like at Pulse nightclub, that shooter was reported to the FBI and nothing was done. So we want to make sure there's a threat matrix. There are a lot of different ways that we can approach this issue in a bipartisan manner.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina, we so appreciate you joining us and giving us your time in the midst of your evening tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now let's bring in ABC News contributor and CEO of Democracy for America, Yvette Simpson, and former Trump administration official and ABC News contributor Sarah Isgur. Welcome back to both of you. Sarah, let's start with you. We have these 2 Republican incumbents facing primaries in South Carolina after they criticized former President Trump for January 6th. What's your take on the results so far out of South Carolina?
It's not surprising. What it looks like at this point is that one will win and one will lose. And it's interesting because we've seen that play out across the country in so many of these primaries. Donald Trump endorsed candidates have won some of these races and they've lost some. In Ohio, his candidate won handily. In Georgia, his candidate lost by, 50 points in the end? It was a lot. And then in Pennsylvania, they tied. And so here you have one of the House Republicans who voted for impeachment, looks very much like he will come up short in that race. Nancy Mace, who you were just speaking to, criticized Donald Trump heavily after January 6th, didn't vote for impeachment, but she looks like she'll move forward. What are some of the differences between the two? As she mentioned, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley endorsed her race, as did Mick Mulvaney and other Trump officials. We've seen that play out as well, and there's even data to back it up from polling that people have done, in which Trump's endorsement is most meaningful when it's combined with other local and state Republicans' endorsements. It's the least helpful when he's sort of standing apart and separately. You know, this race that Nancy Mace is in really pitted Nikki Haley against Donald Trump, someone who, by the way, is considering running for president herself. So it's an interesting results we're getting tonight, but I'm not surprised that we're seeing a mixed bag.
And Yvette, you heard Representative Clyburn just minutes ago give his take on just how challenging it'll be for Democrats to maintain control over Congress. You've consulted with candidates across the country. Right now, do you think that the single biggest issue hurting, or I should say, what do you think is the single biggest issue hurting their election chances?
You know, I think the fact that Democrats just refuse to do something big. I mean, we're talking today and touting a bipartisan gun legislation that really doesn't go far enough. And you heard Representative Clyburn even say it does not go far enough in the wake of the murders that we just saw. This idea of bipartisanship and compromise when Republicans aren't really the ones that are compromising, as Democrats that continue to do that, just isn't going to cut it. And so I think on all the issues, it's a real challenge with motivation. I think what's helping us a bit is, yes, inflation is a challenge. People are really concerned about the pain at the pump, but Republicans keep giving us win after win. Their inaction on gun reform and their failure to move forward here, the upcoming Dobbs decision and dealing with choice, the don't say gay, the arming teachers, these are all things that are going to cause people who otherwise would not be motivated because they're not happy about the fact that Democrats aren't getting done. They're going to be motivated by the fact that we continue to see Republicans again and again challenge those things that matter most to Democrats and, frankly, most Americans.
And Sarah, now we have the January 6th hearings underway. Nevada, where polls are set to close soon, is one of the battleground states with multiple big lie candidates running. What do you think is the long-term political impact as more of the revelations come out in these hearings?
You know, I don't think for the midterm elections there will be much of an impact at all. You know, Yvette mentioned other issues like abortion, but we've seen that most voters at this point sort of already know where they stand on a lot of these issues. We just had 2 weeks ago a primary in Texas where the last pro-life House Democrat was up for re-election against a primary challenger who was pro-choice. He won that election, showing that even Democrats are not really changing their mind on this issue. They're not being turned out specifically about abortion, for instance. And so when you look at January 6th, a high information issue, the folks tuning into these hearings, a record number, by the way, 20 million, probably are not the people who are persuadable one way or the other. They've probably already have an idea of what they're expecting to hear. I think the January 6th hearings will have a big impact on fundraising potentially for the Democratic Party. We know they've sent out about 500 emails in the last month raising money on this. That will certainly help heading into the fall. But in terms of turning out voters or changing voters from one party to another, we just haven't seen data supporting that yet.
Yvette, let's look to the West now. The Dean of Nevada's congressional delegation, Representative Dina Titus, who we're going to speak to shortly, is facing a progressive challenge in the state's most liberal district. But progressives have faced mixed results in races so far. What could tonight tell us about what the balance of power could look like?
You know, we have to talk about the fact that this is a really tough race, period, right? The progressive in this race, Viela, has some big endorsements, but was outraised almost 3-1. But she has spent more, which means that Titus probably isn't taking this very seriously. That could be an opportunity. As you know, we've had a lot of gains in the Nevada Democratic Party over the last few years, getting progressives in positions in leadership there. And it is a test case for us because Nevada is an area where progressives want to see gains, adding to the gains that we've seen recently in Arizona and other states like New Mexico and Texas in the Southwest corridor. So we can see even a close race here between the challenger, the progressive challenger against the incumbent. It would be a great sign. But we're not, we're not overestimating the fact that she's running against a well-entrenched incumbent and has been significantly outraised.
Yvette Simpson, Sarah Isker, we thank you both so much for coming on. And in the South Carolina Republican primary for governor, ABC News projects Henry McMaster as the winner there. Pretty much a landslide, 84% to 16%. And when we come back, why the balance of power in the Senate could depend on what happens in the Nevada Senate race. Our team is on the ground there. Next.
extraordinary story.
A computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do you evade capture for 25 years? How do you do that?
Now, join the search, following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in a global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new Hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
The deeper you go into the black market, the darker it gets.
Trafficked, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
These days, with so much going on, it's hard to keep up.
While others are recapping yesterday's headlines,
we're bringing you the right now.
This is the busy border crossing, steel barricades, another strike.
The right now look at the day ahead, how it affects you and your family.
Record high gas prices.
The threat of cyber warfare.
Is peace possible?
World News Now beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, followed by America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
Streaming here on ABC News Live.
Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions. Straightforward reporting. No spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
Take America's #1 news with you, anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7, there for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Welcome back, everyone. The balance of power in Congress could come down to the elections in Nevada. Democrats occupy 3 of the 4 seats in that state, and it's unclear if they'll hold on to any of them in the general election. And then there's the Senate. Let's go to Nevada, where the polls are going to be closing soon. ABC's Zareen Shah is at a Democratic campaign phone bank in Las Vegas. Hey, Zareen, Nevada's Senate race being closely watched, of course, and could help determine who takes control of the Senate this fall. Outlining the players for us on both sides in the current state of the race.
Hi, Lindsay. That's right. We're at a phone banking event for Democrats here, and one of the people that they're making phone calls for is Catherine Cortez Masto. Now, she is running mostly unopposed. She has a few candidates who are running against her, but no serious challengers. So, of course, we are looking very closely at the Republican side. On that side, Adam Laxalt is leading the race there. You might remember him days after the 2020 election. He came out Rudy Giuliani style. He gave a press conference about fraudulent votes, which he could not prove, but that got him the endorsement of Donald Trump. Now, some people say that he is still not an outsider enough, so they're looking at Sam Brown. He is an Army vet. He has 0 political experience, though, and he has been gaining a lot of traction these last few weeks. I spoke to him over the phone just a few hours ago, and what's really interesting about him is he is kind of backtracking when it comes to the big lie. He's trying to thread the needle between both sides, and we'll see if that strategy works for him in just a few hours.
When you say he's backtracking, what is he saying now?
Yeah, so a few weeks ago, he said that Adam Laxalt was not strong enough when it came to his lawsuit, when it came to those fraudulent votes that he claimed existed. And then on the phone with me, he said, no, I was just saying that he didn't have enough evidence to support those votes, and I believe that Joe Biden is the president. So he's really trying to have both sides here and backtracking quite a bit.
And on the House side, several Democratic incumbents there now likely to be in toss-up races in the fall as they try to hold on to the House. What are the factors influencing those races?
Mostly the economy. Look, the bread and butter here is tourism. We're just a few miles away from the casinos here, some of the biggest casinos in the world. And the folks here were really pummeled by the pandemic. They had some of the highest unemployment rates in the entire country. And now they have the second highest gas prices in the entire country here, too. And usually when the economy is hurting in a state, the incumbent shoulders the blame. And so a lot of folks are really upset with Joe Biden. Look, he never had strong polling in this state. He just won this state in 2020 by 2 percentage points. That is not a lot. And on top of that, this state, the Democrats here are losing a lot of Latino voters. On top of that, they recently lost Harry Reid. Look, a lot of Democratic watchers say that he was essential here and that even though he has a strong team, that no one can fundraise the way that he did.
All right, Zareen Shah, we hear some applause there. We'll be checking back in with you tonight. Also on the ballot tonight, this time is Nevada's 1st district, Democratic Congresswoman Dina Titus, who joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us, Congresswoman Titus. One of the biggest concerns for people living in your state and for millions of Americans across the country right now, of course, rising prices. Nevada is a tourist-driven state, and for some vacations are just too expensive right now. How can our economy get back on the right track?
Well, my district includes the airport, the Las Vegas Strip, and all downtown. We had the highest unemployment in the country, about 35% during the pandemic, but now we're the fastest recovering state. People have been pent up, closed up for so long, they want to go out and have a good time, so where better to do that than Las Vegas? We need to tell our story about what the Democrats did to help bring us back, and I think that will make a difference.
Nevada is a high-stakes state this election cycle, which can be in part attributed to Democrats' moves into redistricting. And you've spoken about how the state legislature made those decisions. How do you think that redistricting is impacting voting in your state?
Well, the legislature kind of took a roll of the dice, which is appropriate, I guess, in Nevada, and spread Democrats across 3 districts. In a good year, you win all 3. In a bad year, it's a lot tougher. But we've got enthusiastic Democrats. They're turning out today. They know I've been a fighter for them from the very beginning and always will be. So that's the message. And the district lines don't really make much of a difference because it's all right here in the metropolitan area. People don't know which district they live in or where the county line is. They just know they're part of the scene.
Well, we're looking at a lot of video of Vegas, of course. If you were a betting woman, what would you say the long shot is of you getting all 3?
I'm optimistic, or I wouldn't be in this business. We know we're going to have to fight hard, but we're willing to do that. We've done it in the past. We've got to turn out voters. We've got to turn out our Hispanic voters. We've got to convince nonpartisans that we're on the right side of history. I think watching these hearings this week are reminding people of just how bad it was under Donald Trump. And so when they hear that and they can relate it to their lives, like the infrastructure bill, what bridge did we build in your community? What road did we fix in your neighborhood? Did you get internet for your children? All of those things relate and are important to people because they call them kitchen table issues.
We keep hearing the applause there, so we can only imagine that's good news for you. After the insurrection on January 6th, you voted, of course, to impeach President Trump, calling the mob who rushed the Capitol domestic terrorists. What do you think of the evidence uncovered during the hearings so far?
I think they've done an excellent job. It's been very orchestrated. They have supported their positions with video, and especially strong has been the testimony of Trump's own team, his own attorney general, his own lawyer, his own family. So I think that makes a difference, and it shows that he knew what he was doing. He had been advised that it wasn't true, and he continued to try to steal the election, and that's just what they did.
You've called gun violence a national emergency. Do you think that the tentative deal reached in the Senate goes far enough to really slow the violence that's been taking place in our country?
Well, I don't, but if you get anything out of the Senate, it's a miracle. So it's a good first step. My one disappointment is that it doesn't include a ban on bump stocks. That's what the killer used here in my district when he shot those 58 people, shot and killed 58, wounded a lot more at the fall music festival. So I'd like to see bump stocks included. And when we passed it out of the House, that's the provision that had the most Republican support. So it baffles me.
Congresswoman Titus, we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll go out there and bring this home.
All right. That applause sounds like a good indicator that you're getting there, at least. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Still ahead, how will the January 6th hearings impact the midterm race? We'll talk about it coming up next.
The deeper you go into black markets, the darker it gets.
Traffic, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions. Straightforward reporting. No spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
This is a story I wish I never had to tell. It haunts me every day. As a Girl Scout, I never once thought anything bad could happen. But I came to learn what murder was.
3 Girl Scouts were discovered today.
This case is mystery upon mystery.
When I think of those 3 girls, I wonder what's the best way to honor them. That's why I've come back home, to find answers, once and for all.
These days, with so much going on, it's hard to keep up.
While others are recapping yesterday's headlines,
we're bringing you the right now.
This is the busy border crossing. Steel barricades, another strike.
The Right Now look at the day ahead, how it affects you and your family.
Record high gas prices.
The threat of cyber warfare.
Is peace possible?
World News Now beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, followed by America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
Streaming here on ABC News Live.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
As of today, in a big way, we have inaugurated abcnews.com.
A lot has changed in our world since Peter made that announcement. But what hasn't changed is the commitment to groundbreaking reporting and innovation at abcnews.com. And here's to everything ahead.
Welcome back, everybody. This just in. ABC reports that Joe Cunningham will win South Carolina's Democratic primary for governor, beating State Senator Mia McLeod, who's the first black woman ever to run for governor of South Carolina. Joe Cunningham with 57% of the vote to Mia McLeod's 30%. 62% of the votes reporting so far, but he has enough of a margin to be declared the winner. Now to the work of the January 6th Select Committee, which is preparing for its 3rd public hearing about the pressure applied to former Vice President Mike Pence to not certify Biden's election win. There are new questions following testimony given in the 2nd hearing. Here's ABC's Chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl.
As lawmakers prepare to outline what they describe as Donald Trump's relentless pressure campaign against his own vice president, Mike Pence is speaking out.
I'll always believe that I did my duty that day. And I know in my heart of hearts I did. And I believe that when all the information and the facts come forward, the American people will better understand what occurred.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has testified that it was Pence, not Donald Trump, who called the Pentagon when the Capitol was under siege.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here.
By contrast, here is General Milley's description of his conversation with President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have to kill the narrative that the Vice President is making all the decisions.
The committee is using the testimony of Trump's own top advisors to make the case against him. Former Attorney General Bill Barr saying when it came to claims of a stolen election, Trump didn't care about the truth.
When I went into this and would, tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
The committee says Trump and his allies conned supporters into donating some $250 million to fight the election results.
So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff.
Where did the money actually go? $1 million of it went to a foundation run by White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. More than $200,000 spent at Trump Organization properties.
Kimberly!
And tens of thousands of dollars went to Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was seen backstage at the rally outside the White House on January 6th.
Liberty-loving patriots that will not let them steal this election.
She spoke for 2.5 minutes and then was paid $60,000.
Our thanks to Jonathan Carl. For a look at the latest from the committee and what's still ahead, we're joined now by University of Baltimore law professor and ABC News contributor Kimberly Whaley. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I want to go back to yesterday's hearing and get your take on why it was so critical for the committee to outline the origins of Trump's false claims about the election and the response of his closest advisors, including that much talked about testimony from former Attorney General Bill Barr. Did you find how the committee laid out the case to be effective?
Well, I think that will depend in part on the American people. And what's so important about this event is that we are hearing from these witnesses their own stories, and people can decide what to believe and what not to believe. And why this is so important is because the committee is laying out the facts as to whether the election was or was not stolen. And I think it's irrefutable out of the mouth of former Attorney General Bill Barr that there was zero evidence of fraud, that people on the ground in the election rooms counting ballots tried to find the fraud, that they were seriously concerned about it. But from top to bottom, over and over and over again, President Donald Trump was told there was no fraud and decided to ignore it and not to act on the reality and the truth. And we saw the catastrophe that followed from his refusal to accept the facts.
Yeah, and as you just mentioned, we saw the words of former President Trump's own supporters who believed the big lie and came to Washington. They said on his behalf, why was hearing their words directly from their mouths so important?
Lindsay, I thought that was one of the most compelling points in the entire day yesterday, because we heard about how Donald Trump was told by his team, by long-term stalwart Republicans that were by his side, these are Trump loyalists, that there was no fraud. But he had good accurate information. He chose to ignore it and to lie about it. The people on the mall that day, they believed the falsehoods. They did not have access to the accurate information. They did not have access to the people inside the White House, inside the Oval Office. They showed up, many of them believing that there was some serious malfeasance in America, that democracy was failing. Many of them seemed desperate on their faces. And I just think to see the president's closest advisors say, we told him, he wouldn't listen to us, and then see these people who believed the lie that the president told, and they've paid the price. Hundreds arrested, many indicted, many serving prison times in this moment. They're being held accountable when so far Donald Trump has not.
And looking ahead now, you tweeted yesterday that we should think about the January 6th hearings as a play in 4 acts. Just outline those for our audience and what you see as the key phases still to come.
Well, I think it's a helpful analogy because, especially when you're talking about law, it can be very confusing. So think about it as the planning of January 6th, what the committee and so far the Department of Justice has called a conspiracy, a plot, a very careful planning of January 6th. That's phase one. Number two is the day. What happened on January 6th itself? Phase three is, frankly, the cover-up, the big lie, the cover-up in the moments after not sending in the support that was needed to protect the people on the ground. And we're still seeing that. The big lie is surviving to this moment. I think what we saw so far was the planning stages. We got inside the Oval Office on Monday and talked or heard from people who knew what Donald Trump knew on November 4th when there was this push by him to declare victory, and the people around him said, no, we cannot do that. So that's what we've seen so far. I think on Thursday, what we will hear from is what it was like for the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, who refused to go along with Donald Trump's pressure campaign to ignore the will of the people, to ignore the certifications, and frankly, risk his life. We know that there was a new setup outside the Capitol, that there were calls to actually execute Mike Pence, and frankly, he's one of the heroes in this story because he stuck to the Constitution, to the rule of law, and to his own integrity. So I think it's going to be a very compelling part of the story, part of the play on Thursday.
Professor Kimberly Whaley, we thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Joining us now is ABC News contributor Barbara Comstock to talk about the implications that this could have on tonight's primary election and the rest of the election season. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start with the immediate. This is the first election since the January 6 hearings began, and there are several candidates running tonight who supported the false claims that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. How do you think that the hearings will impact the outcome of those elections?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think the hearings are really going to have an impact on some of these elections. I think the die is sort of already cast on that independently. Where I think the hearings really are going to impact will be in 2024, because there are a whole bunch of Republicans who'd like to run for president, and they'd like to have Donald Trump out of the way. And so these very damning accusations, and actually not just accusations, but proof that Donald Trump was told over and over that there was no fraud, and that he basically just declared fraud, and then when it didn't exist, just kept lying about it, and then just tried to find other people who would be willing to lie about it with him. But all of his serious people, like his attorney general and the Justice Department lawyers, the vice president's staff, the White House counsel, his own campaign manager and campaign staff, all told them there was no basis for that. So I think this is diminishing him personally. Unfortunately, in primaries where maybe you just have to get 30%, he's got kind of a hard lock on that 30%. So I think he can continue to harm the party itself, but I think he's also becoming a diminishing figure.
Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney is one of two Republicans on the committee, and in the first hearing, she said that there would be dishonor for members of the Republican Party who defended former President Trump. What was your reaction to that statement?
I made it my top thing on Twitter. I mean, I found and true, and something that many of these members are going to live to regret. Listen, if you win your election based on these lies. I mean, look, I think in history, term history, but in short-term history, Liz Cheney is going to be proven out just right. And, you know, she stood up for her principles, whereas, for example, Elise Stefanik, who has shown herself willing to just go along with the big lie and say whatever ridiculous things she needs to say to keep Donald Trump happy, is not going to be covered in glory for this. So no matter what she ends up getting sort of within the party or whatever, I think it'll be short-term gain for long-term shame.
Do you think that there should be legal action against those who misled Americans about the outcome of the 2020 presidential election?
Oh, most definitely. You know, I was both a counsel on the Hill before I was in Congress, and I also worked at the Justice Department. And I certainly look at this and think, I mean, we made referrals on things that I think were less substantial than this that were investigated and in some cases prosecuted. I think it was particularly of interest, the money, the grift that's been going on, and telling people that you're raising money to stop this deal when in fact you're just using it for other purposes, mainly to pay the grifters that are around Trump. So I think that should be much more heavily looked into, maybe get bank records. I know when we investigated during the Clinton administration, got bank records, those often led to prosecutions there, but illegal contributions and things like that. So I think that follow the money is always a good way to get at things. And then I certainly do think there's some liability here for Donald Trump himself. And, these people who are still protecting him, like John Eastman, trying not to turn over documents, Steve Bannon, others who, Steve Bannon's been indicted, certainly hope we'll see him going to jail for his, really stoking the flames on this, but also refusing to at all work with the committee and hand over documents. I would imagine if the Justice Department goes after his bank records, a lot of his phone records, documents, things, that there certainly would be a lot of interesting material about what he was doing in the lead up. Because remember, every day he had his podcast that was telling people to show up and it's going to be wild. And, and he's still on his podcast or whatever his show is. He was making threats yesterday or today against Bill Barr for speaking out and telling the truth and saying, we're coming after you. So this is someone who still, doesn't, I think he does appreciate how his words incite violence, and he's trying to intimidate and scare people. And, when people make threats like this on their shows, then, people get death threats. I mean, this is still a problem. The kind of attacks that Donald Trump and some of his, more incendiary minions make end up, as we heard from the witness from Philadelphia, the Philadelphia election official, he got death threats after the president made very specific attacks. Donald Trump, the former president.
And I hate to interrupt, we're just about to run out of time, but I am curious because you said about Steve Bannon that you do hope that he goes to jail. For the most egregious of the allegations out there, do you feel for the former President Trump, for example, that it should be punishable by prison time?
Oh, I certainly do. I don't think, the president should never be above the law. And I think there's probably still more investigation to be done, particularly because of these witnesses who refuse to cooperate. But if they're able to dig up those documents and get to those facts, I think there could be. And if there are facts that show that, crimes were committed, then I don't think they should say, well, we're not going to investigate it because he was the president. I think that, the basic principle that no man should be above the law. So if there is a case there to be made, and I certainly think there's plenty to continue to investigate. Just from what we've heard now, there'll be more from the committee, but I do think there's more the Justice Department can get at that maybe the committee couldn't, that would continue over the next several years to be able to produce the kind of information that may be even worse than what we've already seen.
All right, Barbara Comstock, our thanks to you for your time and insight.
Thank you.
ABC News Live is tracking election results, of course, all night tonight. Some Texas voters headed to the polls for the third time this election season for a special race for the 34th Congressional District. The winner will be its representative for just a few months until November's contest. But there you see there, Flores with 50% of the vote, marginally winning against Dan Sanchez with 45% of the vote, nearly 80% of the expected votes reporting there so far. And now let's bring in Nathaniel Rakich, Senior Elections Analyst at 538. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Nathaniel, the January 6th committee hearings have been playing out, as we've been talking about in the recent days, bringing renewed attention to the origins of former President Trump's false claims about the 2020 election being stolen. And we're still seeing the influence of that big lie up and down the ballot in GOP races. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, so Nevada, I think, has been ground zero for this, at least today. You see the leading Republican candidate there for U.S. Senate, Adam Laxalt. He was a co-chair of Trump's campaign in 2020, and he filed a lawsuit 2 days after Election Day, alleging that there were irregularities in the vote in Nevada. Of course, there weren't. But his primary challenger, Sam Brown, is actually arguing that Laxalt suddenly didn't do enough, even though it was just 2 days afterward. That's kind of giving you an example of how they're both trying to run to the right on the issue. In addition, Nevada is going to elect a new Secretary of State this year, and two of the leading Republican contenders there, including former State Assemblyman Jim Marchant, have at least kind of embraced or flirted with the big lie as well. And of course, that's consequential because they'll be running elections in the state if they win.
And in South Carolina, we had those two closely watched House races where President Trump campaigned against two GOP members who had spoken out against him after January 6th. The full vote not in just yet, but it looks like it may end up being a split decision there for those two candidates, with only one overcoming that opposition from the former president. Your thoughts about that?
Yeah, so Tom Rice is the one who looks like he's probably going to lose. His opponent, Russell Fry, is at just about 50% of the vote. He would need to get over 50% in order to win outright today. If he doesn't, then the race would go to a runoff. But even if Fry gets 49% of the vote, I would expect him to win easily in the runoff. Rice, of course, voted to impeach the former president, which I think is a bigger sin than, for example, Representative Nancy Mace committed. She's in a next-door district. Trump also endorsed her opponent, Katie Arrington, but Mace right now is leading against Arrington with, I think, about 52% of the vote. And she just kind of criticized Trump for his role on January 6th, but didn't vote to impeach him. And I think that shows that maybe there's a little bit of room to criticize the president. Maybe you'll get yourself a spirited primary challenge, but you can still survive. Whereas if you kind of go the whole way like Rice did and vote to impeach, you're done for.
All right, Nathaniel Rakich, we thank you so much from our partners at 538. It is after 10 o'clock on the East Coast, and the polls have closed in Nevada, where many of the races include candidates that support former President Trump's claims that the 2020 election was stolen. This comes on the heels of the January 6th hearings. Over the past week, we've learned some new information about the night of the insurrection. That Trump's inner circle had told the president that he had not been re-elected. Another factor, the worst inflation in 40 years. Nevada is a tourist-driven state. How can lawmakers ease the price pain for American families? Let's get right to ABC News' political director, Mr. Rick Klein. And Rick, we'll get to Nevada in just a moment, but there are results coming in from South Carolina involving one of 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump, Representative Tom Rice. Still early, but he appears to have an uphill fight against a primary opponent backed by the former president.
Yeah, Lindsay, this is one of the purest test cases of whether you can be a Republican in a red part of a state in Trump country, essentially, and be defiant in your opposition to Trump, saying that that impeachment vote was the right one. This is the district we're talking about here, north of Charleston. It borders another district that we're talking a lot about today, but this is where Congressman Tom Rice is in deep, deep trouble tonight. Most of the vote is already in, and his opponent, Russell Fry, who's a state representative who has the Trump endorsement, is flirting with 50%. If he gets 50%, he avoids a runoff and he becomes the Republican nominee, defeating the incumbent right here, right now. If he's below 50%, there will be a runoff, but it's worth noting that Tom Rice is down by about 25 points as of right now. That is a very large margin for the man that has been the incumbent for about a decade there. That's a lot to make up. A little bit of a different story developing here in Nancy Mace's district. That is a much different district. It's more of a swing district. It was represented by a Democrat until about 2 years ago. And as Nathaniel outlined, Nancy Mace has not gone out of her way to highlight her opposition to Trump. She's kind of soft-pedaled that and emphasized how close she is to Trump, and it appears that that is paying off. She is above 50% in her race against the Trump-endorsed candidate. So it's the tale of two different strategies, and it may be the tale of two different outcomes in South Carolina tonight.
And now turning to Nevada, there are a lot of eyes on the Senate Republican primary there. The frontrunner there also has the support of former President Trump, as well as Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, among others. Why so much support from big-name Republicans?
Everyone has been coalescing around Adam Laxalt in that race. He is a known quantity, the son and grandson of United States members of Congress. Someone has run for office before. He is very well known in the state. He's got a spirited challenger from an Afghanistan war veteran named Sam Brown. But Adam Laxalt has locked down a lot of the support. And it's viewed, as you see right here, you see opportunities for Republicans to make some inroads, particularly here in the southern part of the state, the Las Vegas area, where the economy has just been hit so hard by COVID. The tourism industry really still struggling to get back on its feet. People in Nevada are looking at that race, the Senate race, as one of the biggest pickup opportunities in the country against the senator there, who's Catherine Cortez Masto, who's a freshman senator, replaced Harry Reid about 6 years ago.
And speaking of that, the GOP believes that the seat held by Democratic incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto could be flipped, and the Nevada House seats held by Democrats could be toss-ups. Should Democrats be concerned heading into the general?
Boy, should they. This is a state that is poised to go back toward red. And it has to do with the economy. It has to do with Latino voters, many of whom are voting Republican in surprising ways for Democrats who thought they had a good portion of the vote wrapped up. It also has to do with white non-college votes, working class voters. If the Democrats are able to hold on, I've talked to some that really think the issue of abortion rights coming to the forefront in Catherine Cortez Masto as someone who considers herself so-called pro-choice, running on that issue if Roe v. Wade is indeed overturned in the coming weeks. That could give the Democrats an entree back into the conversation. But there's a lot of concern about the state of the economy in Nevada, as well as the state of demography that the Democrats might have thought in the past that they would have had the state locked up.
All right, Rick Klein, our thanks to you. We'll be checking back in, and let's go back to Nevada, where ABC's Zareen Shah is reporting for us tonight. Zareen, give us a sense of what some of the voters there you've spoken with today are saying about what's driving their votes in these midterms.
Hi, Lindsay. Yeah, I went to a polling location just a few hours ago, and I spoke to voters there. And what's really interesting is I was in Las Vegas. Look, it is in a blue county, in a very purple state. And I was expecting to see a lot of people who were Democrats, I specifically asked a lot of them about the big lie. I was expecting a lot of them to say, look, this is totally bogus, which some of them did, but it was a mixed bag. You had some people say, look, it's bonkers to think that the election was stolen. But then the other half said, yeah, the election was stolen. One man told me, we're on our way to a better place if we're still not there when it comes to election security. And that was really surprising. But I will say the other thing that was really surprising about speaking to voters today is that there were so many voters to speak to. I just covered the California primaries last week. There was hardly anyone in my polling location in Los Angeles. And here there was a line of people outside, all with very, very strong opinions. And you heard Rick talk about the economy and about Latino voters. There's a lot of frustration when it comes to that demographic, when it comes to people who work here. And so you have a lot of strong opinions, especially when it comes to Election Day. Lindsay?
All right, Zareen Shah, our thanks to you. And moving now to the state's 3rd district, which was recently part of redistricting, where Democratic Representative Susie Lee is hoping to keep her seat. Let's take a look at the boards there. Do we have any numbers yet for House District number 3? We do not have those numbers just yet, so let's go right to the representative herself, Susie Lee, a Democrat from Nevada's 3rd District. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, you faced a very close race against your Republican opponent in last year's general election, and the seat is considered a toss-up in November. What's your message to voters going forward to prevent a Republican flip?
Well, listen, both of my elections have been in Congressional District 3, which is a traditional swing seat. And, I've campaigned on both of the elections on my record in the community. I've had a 30-year record of taking on the toughest issues that face our community, homelessness, our dropout problem. And I've brought people together and forged solutions and gotten results. And that's exactly what I've done in Congress. I am the 10th most bipartisan member of Congress. I'm part of the Problem Solvers Caucus. I was part of the working group that put together the infrastructure package that will bring $4 billion into the state of Nevada to boost up our infrastructure, which is so incredibly important, not just in terms of workforce, but for our tourism-based economy. And not to mention, most of my career has been spent dealing with COVID-19. And Nevada was the epicenter of the economic devastation. And, we saved thousands of businesses, over 100,000 jobs. Gaming has had a record year in 2021. And yes, inflation is real. People are feeling it. But I would say that, based on our record, we put Nevada on a path to full recovery.
President Biden's approval ratings have sunk, as you know, as Americans struggle in this economy, and Nevada has certainly been hard hit. We ask a lot of Republicans about distancing themselves from former President Trump. Is there a danger, would you say, a political danger for Democrats too closely aligned with President Biden?
Listen, I think that people are frustrated. They've been through 2 years of dealing with the pandemic. I think there was an over expectation that the pandemic would be completely behind us, and we've seen that we can't control the pandemic, but we certainly can control our response to the pandemic. And I would say that Nevada stands at the epicenter of us taking care of our frontline workers first, of our service employees first. Everything we did from the very beginning was really from the worker up, and making sure we took care of our most affected communities. And so I do believe that there is fatigue. I think we all are fatigued by COVID, and we're certainly seeing that reflected in Biden's approval rating. But I would say, you know, every step of the way, whether it is fighting to reduce the cost of prescription drugs, fighting to deal with price gouging at the pump, making sure that which we're going to vote on here in the next few days, bringing down the cost of fuel and food. You know, every step of the way, not to mention the baby formula, where we saw Republicans vote against aid to bring down the cost of baby formula. So Democrats have been working hard trying to deliver every step of the way, and we've been met by a Republican Party that has been the party of no. And people are going to have that choice in November for sure.
You voted to impeach President Trump, and there are several Republicans running in Nevada who have been supportive of the big lie. As Americans watch the January 6th hearings, do you believe that the findings could actually undermine some of those Republican candidates?
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, some of my opponents don't even think that the president is the legitimately elected president. And I think that the one thing that's great about the state of Nevada, and you see it, and your reporter who was there sees it, they're very independent, have very strong opinions, but fundamentally making sure that we keep our democracy strong. And the core basis of that democracy is a free and fair election, but also making sure that we have a peaceful transfer of power. And when you have the very people who are running for office who do not trust that system, I think there's a big problem. And several of the candidates running for this seat believe in the big lie, have promoted the big lie. And as we see during these hearings in the next couple weeks, they're going to be exposed on what a disservice and what a travesty they've done to this country and our democracy.
All right, Representative Lee, we thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lindsay. Have a good night.
You also. Now to South Carolina, where two incumbent Republican representatives on the ballot have become two main objects of former President Trump's wrath after the two placed blame on him for the January 6th insurrection. In South Carolina's 7th Congressional District, State Representative Russell Fry earned the endorsement of Trump against five-term Representative Tom Rice, who defends his impeachment vote and condemnation of Trump's role in the insurrection. Let's take a look at the results so far. There, Russell Fry with half of the vote so far, Tom Rice with just a quarter. That's with nearly 100% of the expected vote reporting. Russell Fry with quite a lead there. Now to the state's 1st District, freshman Congressmember Nancy Mace condemned Trump's claims about the presidential election being stolen just days into her term. She's being challenged by cybersecurity analyst Katie Arrington, who Trump has called a true Republican. There you see there, 53% for Nancy Mace. Katie Arrington with 45% of the vote, with just over 57% of the expected vote reporting there so far. A relatively close race there. Now let's bring in ABC's Brittany Shepard, who is in South Carolina for us tonight. So Brittany, Congressman Tom Rice voted to impeach former President Trump, and that may have cost him his job tonight. Just break down the significance of that race.
You know, Lindsay, Trump revenge tour seems to be bearing in North South Carolina and South Carolina's 7th District. We expected more of a squeaker of a race, maybe a runoff. Doesn't look like that. Looks like Tom Rice might be losing his job tonight. Basically, all of the precincts coming in for Russell Fry. Tom Rice has not backed down from his vote for impeachment. He told John Carl that it was a conservative vote, that he would do it again. He doesn't regret it, and if he goes down with that ship, so be it. He also told ABC News that he was expected to be painted as a far left extremist within his own party, which, if you look at his voting record, actually voted with Trump about 90% of the time. He's as Trumpy could be when it comes to policy. But increasingly, we're seeing these midterms being vanity races, races of personality, and races where Trump certainly plays a large role. Also, if Rice falls, this is something of a first for Trump. He's been unable to de-seat an incumbent Republican in one of these sitting races and open races. He's been playing well. And if Fry wins, Trump will be dining out on this, not just for weeks, but for months and maybe even longer come November.
And you're with the campaign of Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who we spoke with earlier tonight. And it looks like she was able to kind of thread that needle of criticizing Trump, but at the same time still managing to embrace him when she needed to.
Exactly. You know, it's really interesting. Mace on January 6th was really came against Trump very, very quickly. But then she knew that she was in the swingy district. She only picked it up by less than 5,000 votes. That's 1 point, flipping it from Dem back to Republican from Joe Cunningham in 2020. And earlier you saw folks dancing, the band playing. It's quieted down now, but we haven't called the race yet, but it looks like it will be a victory for her. She knew what voters wanted. They wanted to hear that she was bipartisan. They wanted her to step back from criticizing Trump, but still hitting him a little bit where it hurts and walking this tightrope. Though the tough thing for her is going to be coming tomorrow. This walk towards the primary, Democrats are going to shove it in her face that she walked back a criticism of Trump, and they're going to go hard. They already are, if you look on Twitter. But the energy is happy here. So Trump revenge tour. It's successful in the north, but south down here in the Low Country, it looks like a Trump critic hangs on.
The Trump Revenge Tour, brought to you by Brittany Shepard in South Carolina. Brittany, thank you so much. Let's turn now to Congressman Ralph Norman, a Republican representing South Carolina's 5th District. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. You're, of course, running unopposed, but two of your Republican colleagues in South Carolina, we were just talking about Nancy Mace and Tom Rice, faced some Trump-backed primary opponents after condemning the former president for the January 6th insurrection. And Rice, who also voted to impeach him, really appears to be in some trouble. You've been deeply loyal to Trump. Is there a political cause for South Carolina Republicans who are not?
Well, I think what Congressman Rice did, and I'm good friends with Tom. Tom was on Ways and Means, and he just felt strongly about the impeachment. He was one of 10 who voted to impeach him. And, as I told Tom and others did, that's just the wrong vote. I mean, without due process, without knowing, all of the facts, Tom just doubled down on that, and it cost him the election. Nancy Mace is entirely different in that she did criticize him, but the only thing she really did was, voted to hold Steve Bannon in contempt for not showing up for the January 6th. So it's two different races, two different districts, but looks like Tom has got a 2-to-1 margin. It's going to be hard to overcome, even if it does dip below the 50% for Russell Fry.
Of course, we've been talking about your support for the former President Trump. And curious, in listening to some of the hearings as far as the January 6th insurrection, if it gives you any doubt at all when you hear especially the former Attorney General Bill Barr, who has called the former president delusional when it came to assuming that the election he had really won and that it was stolen. Has that given any concern for you as far as your loyalty to the former president?
Oh, absolutely not. On the January 6th, it's a sham of a show. I mean, this president authorized the National Guard that could have been activated by the Speaker of the House and the 2 sergeants of arms. Why aren't they testifying? Why aren't the FBI agents and the ones that were letting people in the Capitol? No, this is going to vindicate the president. And it's really an embarrassment. That's why the ratings, from 19 million when the first day have dropped. This is going to vindicate Donald Trump, and this is just an effort to take the spotlight off the problems that this Democrat Party has inflicted on this country: gas prices, shortages, law enforcement being barraged at every level. So no, this will vindicate Donald Trump, and
January 6th is a theater that the Democrats are hoping will take the spotlight off of them. It's not going to work.
All right, just one more question on that. You received some attention last year when you took issue with the characterization that the rioters there that day were Trump supporters, and you asked who did a poll. As we hear findings of the Select Committee, do you at least acknowledge now that this was a pro-Trump mob? We've heard from several of the people who showed up from their own words saying that they only came because they wanted to support the wishes of the former president.
Donald Trump commanded crowds wherever he went. On this particular day, he commanded a crowd in excess of 30 to 50,000. Those on the ground, if you talk to the ones, and I had police officers tell me from my hometown, there was a group that got together ahead of time and orchestrated this, and it wasn't an insurrection. They did come into the Capitol, but it was not an insurrection to take over the government. I was there. We voted that night. Why aren't they calling all of the people that were seen on tape inviting people into the Capitol? Let's have an honest hearing. This hearing is not honest. It's, again, just an attempt by the Democrats to cover up a terrible record that they've got.
Do you think it was at least an attempted insurrection?
An insurrection is when you take over the government. You had people coming in the Capitol. We voted that night. They didn't overthrow any government. There was no offices that politicians that were thrown out of offices. We voted that night. It was late, but no, it wasn't an insurrection. It was you will find out in the coming months and years exactly how this happened, who started it. And Donald Trump had a big crowd supporting him. There's no time that his language incited violence. You had groups that perpetrated the invasion of the Capitol, and you will find out in the coming months and years that those that did it had ill intent, and it didn't have anything to do with Donald Trump.
At a speech today in Philadelphia, President Trump blamed Republicans for blocking his ideas for reining in skyrocketing inflation. What is the Republican answer for what should be done to address this battered economy?
The policies of the Biden administration is what caused high gas prices. As an example, why are you cutting off the Keystone Pipeline? Why are you cutting off the pipeline from China, from Canada? Why are you putting regulations on the gas companies? We were an exporter of oil and natural gas. This president is buying gas and oil from OPEC, 15 countries that don't like us. And you can go down the line of what he's done. A Republican administration under Donald Trump would never have the 40-year high inflation they were having now. And it's not that hard to correct. The invasion at the border is unconstitutional. You build the wall. You have a point of entry. This administration is intentional on what they're doing to bankrupt the country because there's no spending offsets on anything. And it's just bad policies that Donald Trump had. And I will tell you, if you ask anybody, were you better off under Donald Trump's administration economically, militarily, than you are now? The answer is absolutely yes by the majority of Americans. They're feeling the pinch now.
Representative Norman, appreciate you talking with us and coming on the show tonight.
My privilege. Thank you.
Joining us now is Democratic strategist and former DNC communications director, Xochitl Hinojosa. Let's start in Nevada. First off, thank you for coming on the show. How do congressional Democrats there make sure they hold off what are expected to be serious challenges from Republicans?
Well, absolutely. Thank you for having me. As someone who works in Nevada, I can tell you that Nevada has and this that Democrats have registration advantage. They have time. If Democrats continue the registration advantage, then I think what will end up happening is that they will end up what you're seeing is candidates like Catherine and other people really talked about time for the people of Nevada and how they will.
We're having a difficult time hearing you with some Wi-Fi difficulties, so we're going to move on for now. More election coverage is coming up.
With
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, the hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
National parks are incredibly safe places, but crime will happen.
My wife had fallen. She's in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident.
There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this.
It's the time of suspicion. The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Welcome back to primary night, everyone. Let's check back in with ABC News political director Rick Klein. Rick, what are your big takeaways so far?
Yeah, Lindsay, as we look at the states that are voting tonight, what we're seeing develop so far is a mixed night for Donald Trump, but probably a very good night for Republicans in their efforts to take the House over this fall. And here's why. Donald Trump endorsed an opponent to Nancy Mace here in the 1st Congressional District, Charleston and its environs. It looks, though, that Nancy Mace is likely to hang on. Why does that matter? Well, the candidate that Trump endorsed actually lost that race in the general election to a Democrat a couple years ago. It is a swing district. Nancy Mace, probably the strongest Republican candidate, even though she isn't necessarily Trump's choice. Meanwhile, in the 7th District up here, Congressman Tom Rice in a very tough spot tonight. He is getting doubled up by his primary opponent. The only question is whether they avoid a runoff. That is a safe Republican district either way. So all of the anti-Trump energy that might have been sucked away from the party could end up being returned to it. We're still waiting on results in Nevada, where polls have just closed, and we haven't gotten really any data at all. But the developing storyline out of Texas, down here in a vacant district in the Rio Grande Valley, spreading up to the hill country outside Austin. That district changes next year, but for now, very good chance that it's going to be represented by a Republican. After decades of being heavily Democratic, we're seeing the Republican candidate there, Mayra Flores, very close to the magic 50% threshold to avoid a runoff. Even though the district isn't going to exist any longer, that would mean cutting into the Democrats' margin even right now in the here and now and give them a bit of a leg up. Democrats decided not to contest it because they said it was a short-term rental of a House seat anyway. But if a Republican wins there, it would send a strong message about the ability for Republicans to be competitive in Democratic spots and in heavily Latino spots of the country as well.
And of course, we're still awaiting results from Nevada. You expecting any surprises there?
Well, look, I think the question in Nevada around some of these House races is what kind of candidates we get. I think the biggest question, though, are those statewide races. Are we going to see candidates for Senate and Secretary of State in particular who endorse the big lie, who say that the election was stolen? Very good chance of that happening, with or without the Trump endorsement. You'll have people that advance that part of the agenda and potentially could be in a position to decide what kind of rules are in place in and around and after the 2024 election. So those are the races that I'm watching tonight. They're for Secretary of State and U.S. Senate.
All right, Rick Klein will be checking back in with you. Thanks so much. And that is our show for this hour. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Have a good night.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
Elizabeth Holmes found guilty on 4 counts of fraud, facing the possibility of decades in prison. Now, we take you inside the courtroom and behind the scenes. The Dropout, Elizabeth Holmes on Trial. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
National parks are incredibly safe places, but crime will happen.
Hey, Mama. My wife has fallen. She's in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident.
There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Tonight, the extreme weather gripping this nation. The boy swept away, 2 adults swept away trying to save him. Also, the emergency at Yellowstone, the home into a river, and the record-breaking heat across this country. First, those new images coming in, the unprecedented flooding emergency and rock slides forcing Yellowstone National Park to close entrances. The house falling into a raging river. Tonight, the new images of that home carried away, bridges and roads washed out. Communities cut off, no power or safe drinking water. The rock slides that made travel treacherous. The severe storms across several states, the deadly flooding in Milwaukee, that boy swept away. The 2 adults trying to save him, then taken into a drainage tunnel. And tonight, the record-breaking heat gripping the country, more than 100 million Americans, at least 25 states. And now the water outages just as this heat moves in. Will Carr near Yellowstone tonight, Ginger Z timing this all out. Also tonight, on the eve of a major meeting of the Federal Reserve, the Fed considering the biggest interest rate hike in nearly 30 years, what this could mean for American families. The effort to cool down inflation, can it be done, though, without sending the country into recession? And tonight, families across this country, the father with a decent paying job in line at a food bank because the bills are rising so quickly. The retired teacher now working again. The reality for so many families. Tonight, the news just in, what Congresswoman Liz Cheney says to expect in the next public hearing from the January 6th committee, focusing on the pressure placed on former Vice President Mike Pence by the former president not to certify the election. And tonight here, what Mike Pence is now saying, speaking out. John Carl standing by. The war in Ukraine tonight, all eyes now on a key strategic city in eastern Ukraine. The last bridge destroyed by Russian shelling. Ukrainian fighters still there, and James Longman right there near the Eastern Front tonight. There is news tonight on WNBA star Brittany Griner. Tonight, Russia now extending her detention. What we're learning from the State Department. Outside New York City tonight, the school emergency, the bounce house overturning, school children inside. But authorities are now saying tonight, the scare at an American zoo, the family dog somehow ending up in the gorilla exhibit. The gorilla clearly not happy. The family's watching in horror, telling the dog to run. And the extraordinary work to get that dog to safety. And the famous band tonight and the announcement, leaving millions of fans shocked and very upset tonight.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here on a Tuesday night. And we begin tonight with this extreme weather gripping much of this country. The storms in Milwaukee, for one. The 10-year-old boy swept away. The two adults trying to save him swept into a drainage tunnel as well. They have found the boy's body tonight. Also, the emergency inside Yellowstone Park, the home plunging into a river, they say because of unprecedented flooding, because of the rain and snowmelt. And across this country tonight, more than 100 million Americans under alert for record-breaking heat from California to Texas, from Chicago to the East Coast. The stunning images tonight from Gardner, Montana. This home swept away by the rushing Yellowstone River. The view from the other side of the river tonight, the foundation you can see gone there. That house slips into the water and is just swept away. Bridges and roads gone across the area. Many families staying in the park. They were forced to shelter in place. The images of the treacherous route through a rainy Yellowstone National Park. Rocks falling on a car. That heat also fueling severe storms pummeling Chicago and parts of the Midwest. A damaging supercell traveling more than 100 miles. And as I mentioned in Milwaukee, the search after that 10-year-old boy and two adult men, they were all swept into that drainage ditch as heavy storms slammed the area overnight. And now tonight, the dangerous heat is spreading from Texas up to the Great Lakes and across to the east. In some areas, the heat index, the feel-like readings from 100 to 115 degrees. Tonight, all of those entrances to Yellowstone National Park remain closed. Ginger Z times all of this out. But first, ABC's Will Carr on the scene near Yellowstone tonight.
Tonight, extreme weather sweeping across the nation. In Montana, fast-moving floodwaters causing this catastrophic damage in and around Yellowstone, whisking away a shed, and then this massive house crashing into the current a few hours later. The river dragging it downstream.
My grandparents were saying it's the highest it's been in about 100 years. So it's pretty crazy to see, for sure.
The unprecedented flooding forcing the closure of all entrances to Yellowstone National Park after heavy rainfall and near record high temperatures rapidly melted snowpack over the weekend. Parts of Highway 89, the main road on the north side of the national park, washed away.
Whoa.
Rocks falling onto the road, nearly missing this car as it exited the park.
The rain here has let up, but you still have towns submerged. This is a road, and you can see there are cars, businesses, and homes all still underwater.
The rising waters cutting off communities that border the Yellowstone River, leaving some without power and safe drinking water. Cindy Fogarty and her family visiting from Nashville, trapped in the town of Gardner.
It was just going really fast, and the water was just taking logs down the river, and it was just really fast.
The raging rapids ripping this bridge apart.
That was our way home.
Floodwaters rushing past this building, part of its walls now gone. The Montana National Guard evacuating at least 12 people. So far, no flood-related injuries or deaths reported. Heavy storms also hitting Milwaukee, where authorities say a 10-year-old boy and two men were swept away by high waters into a drainage ditch Monday night. Authorities locating the boy's body late today. They're still searching for the two men.
Swift water moving into an enclosed space in those tunnels provides us absolutely no opportunity to conduct some sort of rescue opportunity. We are conducting a recovery operation at this point.
And from the Great Lakes to the southeast, extreme heat expected to break records this week.
I am burning up. It's 110 out here, and I'm too old to be sitting out here.
In Odessa, Texas, where temperatures hit 100 degrees today, residents now under a boil water notice due to a major water main break. Demand for power in Texas surging to an all-time high earlier this week. Energy supplier ERCOT says so far they've had enough supply to meet demand. Back in Montana, the floods striking just as the summer tourist season picks up. Tonight, the road to Gardner reopened, and Fogarty's family, along with hundreds of tourists, the first to leave.
It's sad that the people, some of them, you know, they lost their home, and it's just sad what all took place. But I think it's a small town, and they will come together and help each other.
I'm sure they will. We're thinking about that community and so many others dealing with severe weather across the country tonight. And Will, I know many families just now getting out of Yellowstone. We've seen the line of cars. Any idea yet when Yellowstone reopens?
David, not until all the water recedes and we can see the full extent of all the damage. We do know the north side of the park will be closed for quite some time. It comes as the governor has declared a statewide disaster after everything that's played out here over the past 48 hours. David.
Well, we've seen what's happened there at Yellowstone and, of course, in the Midwest as well. So, Will, thank you. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z tracking it all. And, of course, Ginger, now this record heat gripping much of the nation.
Yes, David, the heat is remarkable, especially because of how early in the season we're seeing it. Chicago hit 100 degrees, and that is the first time we've been this hot in 10 years. It was 2012 last time we saw 100 this early in the season. So look at this. Chicago had that excessive heat warning. Cincinnati finds themselves there as well. Paducah, Kentucky. The heat advisories stretch all the way to the Florida Panhandle, South Georgia. The numbers look like this. By tomorrow afternoon, you're going to feel like 103 in Detroit. Pittsburgh, the same. Savannah, Georgia, 108. Atlanta not getting a break at 101. And when you're this hot and then some cool air is coming, you're going to have severe storms. Tornado threat is enhanced, especially for central Wisconsin, Madison, up to Oshkosh. I'd look out tomorrow. David?
We'll be watching first thing in the morning on GMA. Ginger, thank you. We're going to turn now to the other news this Tuesday night. We're on the eve of a key meeting of the Federal Reserve set to raise interest rates in this country, part of the effort to slow down this record inflation, of course, taking a real toll on American families. But can they do this without sending the country into recession? Many economists not convinced tonight. All eyes, of course, on the Federal Reserve now set to raise those rates to slow the rising prices. And economists say the average family now paying nearly $350 more every month for the same things they were buying last year. ABC's Victor Akendo on families across this country now feeling this. He's from Florida tonight.
Tonight, with prices rising at their fastest clip in 40 years, the Federal Reserve expected to raise interest rates by 3/4 of a point to slow inflation, the biggest hike in nearly 3 decades.
Everyone can agree that this inflation is very painful and it has to come down. So the only way of doing that is getting those interest rates up and slowing the growth rate in the economy.
The move will send the cost of credit cards, car loans to mortgages even higher at a time when Americans are already paying more for just about everything. In Minnesota,
is this not enough?
Demand soaring at this food bank.
Got 3 kids, 2 teenagers and a young one, so anything helps. We barely make it, and I get paid pretty good at my job.
Families are now shelling out nearly $350 more every month than they did for the same things last year. Gas prices averaging about $5 a gallon, up about 50%. Groceries up almost 12%, and rent up 26%. Marilyn Bailey in Tampa, Florida is retired. Now that her rent is going up, she's looking for work.
It's going to be a stretch. So I'm looking for a part-time job at 75.
Former teacher Jane Moore had to go back to work too and is watching her nest egg shrink by the day.
What took the biggest hit? Was it the 401k?
Yes, it was. I'm the most nervous about that.
And what's costing you the most right now?
The gas, the food, the electric, of course, has gone up too.
Everything costs more.
Everything costs more.
And with growing fears of a recession, President Biden facing growing pressure to take steps to ease the pain. Today in Philadelphia, blaming Republicans for blocking his proposals to lower prices on things like drugs and childcare.
The problem is, Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can to stop my plans to bring down costs on ordinary families.
But for now, so many Americans are feeling the squeeze, asking how long they can weather the storm.
I don't know how working people are going to be able to afford medicine, groceries, gasoline, car payments, mortgage. I don't know.
And David, the Fed is expected to raise interest rates. They're trying to tame inflation without plunging the country into a recession, but many experts are warning the country may be headed for one anyway. David?
We'll be watching this meeting over the next couple of days. Victor, thank you. In the meantime, next tonight, the message put out by Congresswoman Liz Cheney late today on what Americans should expect in this next public hearing, the 3rd hearing in front of the country of the January 6th committee. They will focus on the pressure placed on former Vice President Mike Pence by the former president not to certify the election. And tonight, what Mike Pence is now saying, speaking out, saying he was the one who did the right thing that day. Here's our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, tonight.
As lawmakers prepare to outline what they describe as Donald Trump's relentless pressure campaign against his own vice president, Mike Pence is speaking out.
I'll always believe that I did my duty that day. And I know in my heart of hearts I did. And I believe that when all the information and the facts come forward, the American people will better understand what occurred.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has testified that it was Pence, not Donald Trump, who called the Pentagon when the Capitol was under siege.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here.
By contrast, here is General Milley's description of his conversation with President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have to kill the narrative that the vice president is making all the decisions.
The committee is using the testimony of Trump's own top advisors to make the case against him. Former Attorney General Bill Barr saying when it came to claims of a stolen election, Trump didn't care about the truth.
When I went into this and would, tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
The committee says Trump and his allies conned supporters into donating some $250 million to fight the election results.
So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff.
Where did the money actually go? $1 million of it went to a foundation run by White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. More than $200,000 spent at Trump Organization properties.
Kimberly!
And tens of thousands of dollars went to Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was seen backstage at the rally outside the White House on January 6th.
Liberty-loving patriots that will not let them steal this election.
She spoke for 2.5 minutes and then was paid $60,000.
$60,000 for 2.5 minutes. John Karl with us live again tonight from the Capitol. John, we know this next hearing scheduled for Thursday early afternoon. We'll have it live here on ABC. You and I will be on the air with our team. We're going to hear about this pressure put against Mike Pence. Some of the former vice president's closest advisors set to testify about the efforts to pressure him into not certifying the election.
David, you heard Liz Cheney say they will focus on what she called the relentless pressure campaign on Pence. Pence himself has not spoken to the committee, will not be speaking to the committee on Thursday, but he has given the green light to all of his top aides to cooperate with the committee. You will hear those voices on Thursday, including live testimony from his former chief counsel. This is the lawyer who was at Pence's side throughout it all as Donald Trump and those outside lawyers were trying to pressure him to use his power that he didn't really have to overturn the election.
All right, John Karl with us tonight. John, thank you as always. In the meantime, we turn to the war in Ukraine tonight into a major development in the battle for that key city in the Donbass. All of the bridges in that critical city in the east have now been destroyed tonight. This is a victory, obviously, for the Russians. Our James Longman near the Eastern Front tonight with the Ukrainian fighters not giving up. James reporting tonight from Eastern Ukraine.
Tonight, the city of Severodonetsk all but cut off. Satellite images show the last of the bridges to Ukrainian-controlled territory smashed by Russian shelling. Up to 80% of the city is in Russian hands, but this video online shows pockets of Ukrainian fighters still holding on. Civilians are desperate to leave all over the east as Russian shells rain down indiscriminately. If Severodonetsk falls, Putin will have secured a major symbolic victory, and he'd be closer to his goal of occupying the entire Donbass of eastern Ukraine.
We are within range of the Russians here. Definitely, yeah.
We went close to the eastern front line today. This soldier wants to show me how close the bombs are landing.
So this is how close they've got to your position here? Yes. This is where bombs have landed. That's more. And presumably the Russians know that there are Ukrainian soldiers in these farmhouses. I think we should leave because that sounds like it's just getting more frequent.
We head to the trenches. Vitaly is part of a more elite civil defense. A former soldier, he stopped work as a baker to return to the front. He says they risk losing these positions. We need more than an AK-47 to go up against heavy artillery and tanks, he says. There are still victories. This captured Russian tank now being turned against Putin's forces.
This is a Russian tank which has been commandeered by the Ukrainians. We've got the targeter and the commander here showing us this equipment. They're very proud to have been able to use it because it's so much more modern than anything the Ukrainians have got. How does it feel to be targeting Russians inside a Russian tank?
It's awesome.
It's awesome, he says.
A modern tank like this is a fortunate bonus, but winning this war will take a lot more than luck.
And David, Russia says if the Ukrainians surrender, they'll open humanitarian corridors out of Severodonetsk. Russia has made these offers before. Ukraine says they're in bad faith. David.
Well, James Longman, our thanks to you again tonight. And from Russia tonight, James, as you know, there's also news on WNBA star Brittany Griner. Russia now extending her detention once again until at least July 2nd now. Griner's now been in Russian custody since February, arrested at the airport accused of bringing vape cartridges containing hashish oil into the country. U.S. State Department officials meeting with her team trying to get her released. U.S. officials have said on the record that she is being wrongfully detained. When we come back tonight, the school emergency outside New York City, the bounce house emergency, school children inside, and then the alarming scene at an American zoo, the dog somehow getting into the gorilla exhibit. Families watching.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
So what's good to read this summer? Well, Kate and I have decided to jump in and help you.
And we're talking with Oprah, John Irving, and so many popular authors and influencers.
So we want you to join us. Myself, Charlie Gibson, and my daughter, Kate Gibson.
Oh, hey, that's me.
That is you. For the new podcast series, it is called The Bookcase with Kate and Charlie.
We will make sure you love what you read.
Listen anywhere and anytime. The Bookcase Podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
The deeper you go into the black market, the darker it gets.
Traffic, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
Tonight outside New York City, the alarming scene at an elementary school, children celebrating the end of the year when a bounce house overturned. At least 14 children injured when the packed bounce house overturned at Wyandanch Park on Long Island. At least one child treated for a broken leg. The rental company insisting the house was properly secured. The school tonight promising an investigation. When we come back here to the Index and the famous band tonight, their big announcement, millions crushed.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
Friday night on ABC.
This is not only a news story, it's a sports celebrity story. Greed, false trails, cold-blooded murder.
How could you have murdered my son?
Now, shocking new revelations.
Are you kidding me?
All new details.
Just wow.
And now, after 12 long years, there's a verdict, and a grieving mother finally has some answers.
The 2020 event, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
No one was prepared for what would come next.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
To the index and the wildly popular K-pop group BTS announcing they are taking some time apart, saying they've hit a rough patch and want to work on solo projects. BTS insisting the band is not breaking up. Their millions of loyal fans tonight very upset, though, knowing how this usually goes next. When we come back here, the scare at the zoo, the dog, and the gorilla.
It was an extraordinary story.
A computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do you evade capture for 25 years? How do you do that?
Now, join the search, following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in a global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive? Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new Hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
The deeper you go into black markets, the darker it gets.
Trafficked, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
These days, with so much going on, it's hard to keep up.
While others are recapping yesterday's headlines,
we're bringing you the right now.
This is the busy border crossing. Steel barricades, another strike.
The right now look at the day ahead, how it affects you and your family.
Record high gas prices.
The threat of cyber warfare.
Is peace possible?
World News Now beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, followed by America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
Streaming here on ABC News Live.
Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions. Straightforward reporting. No spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Finally tonight here, the all-out effort to save the dog.
Huggy.
It was the incredible sight at the San Diego Zoo Safari Park.
What is the gorilla chasing? A dog. A dog?
The dog somehow inside the gorilla enclosure. The dog is okay tonight, but not without a scare.
There's a doggy in there. It's not supposed to be in there.
The dog, a shepherd mix, running to the right there. The silverback gorilla following.
Run!
The gorilla at one point tossing up dirt.
There he goes. He just went down.
Parents holding their children, many concerned about the welfare of that dog.
Hey, the dog's coming down here, guys.
Listen to the families trying to help, calling out the gorilla's name, Franklin.
Franklin!
Ultimately, the zookeepers coaxing the gorilla away. The San Diego Humane Society rescuing the dog.
Oh, it's okay, buddy.
Officer Samantha Clark putting the leash around his neck.
What are you doing in here?
Veterinarian Bree Sarvis checking him out.
Beautiful.
Tonight, the San Diego Humane Society saying he had no collar, no chip, but thankfully the dog is okay. And right here tonight,
Hi, David.
Officer Clark on the effort to save the dog.
He was very nervous and he just wanted some help, so I softly called him and he slowly walked over to me and I was able to leash him without any issues at all.
Tonight, they're trying to find the dog's family. And they are thankful to everyone who helped get the dog out. We are thankful, too. That was a little too stressful. The dog and the gorillas all fine tonight. We hope that dog finds his family. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it?
feel smarter,
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion. The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
I felt very devoted to Mormonism. We were creating the perfect Mormon family. And then I fell in love with my friend. Yeah, I'm like stupidly in love with her. To figure out you're gay when you're 33 years old. Sexuality is a very strange thing, let me tell you. Leaving the church was leaving who I was.
She just said, "I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry."
The sad thing is that our experiences are not unique. This trauma happens to so many people. It definitely hasn't been easy. The lesbian ex-Mormon story is not something that's been shared very much. But I feel like our story needs to be told.
Love you. I love you too.
What nobody tells you when you're Mormon is that there actually is another way.
Tonight, the first primary election night since the explosive January 6 hearings began.
If he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact he's become detached from reality.
South Carolina, Nevada, Maine, and North Dakota among the states casting their votes. On the ballots, Trump endorsed candidates that support the false idea that the election was stolen, the lie that led to the insurrection. How will they fare as the committee gets ready for the next hearing? And how will candidates respond to the record inflation suffocating many American families? Economists warn the U.S. economy may be heading toward a recession.
Having watched the way that the gas and the groceries went skyrocketing, I'm really nervous to see what the air conditioning cost is going to be. Not being able to plan for that is scary.
All of this as a tentative deal to curb gun violence has been reached in the Senate. Can lawmakers keep this momentum as a new crop of candidates prepare to potentially step in? The balance of power at stake as both parties prepare for major tests. ABC News Live is bringing you complete context and analysis of this election night and what it means for you. We have team coverage, lawmakers, and experts all standing by. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis reporting in from Los Angeles tonight. Thanks so much for streaming with us. It is once again primary night for several states across the country. The first time that voters are casting their ballots since the start of the January 6 hearings. Nevada, South Carolina, Maine, and North Dakota all headed to the polls today. The polls are now closed. The results are rolling in from Nevada, where the balance of power is at stake in several key races. This comes as one of the darkest days in American history has been thrust back into the public consciousness. And some Republican incumbents face primary challengers backed by former President Trump after breaking away from Trump's false claims that the election was stolen. All eyes on the Federal Reserve, which is poised to raise interest rates while trying to walk an incredibly thin line, taming inflation without triggering a recession. Let's bring in ABC News political director Rick Klein, who's been with us all night. Rick, it's now 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and we've gotten some results in today's primaries. Let's start with the Republicans. What's the big takeaway from tonight as the Republican Party looks ahead to the midterms and tries to take back control of Congress?
Lindsay, the tale of two Republicans from adjoining districts, and both of them took initially the same strategy of distancing themselves from Donald Trump, but then they went in different directions, and there may be different outcomes tonight. Start here with Nancy Mace. She represents this district in Charleston, more of a swing district than the other congressman that we're going to be talking about. But even though ABC News has not made a projection yet, it does appear that Nancy Mace is likely to hang on against her Trump-endorsed challenger. Nancy Mace essentially surrounded herself with anyone that she could in the Republican establishment, from Nikki Haley to the former Trump chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, on down. And the result is that she seems like she's in a good position, even though she drew Trump's ire by distancing herself from Trump. Meanwhile, up here, just a little bit north, Congressman Tom Rice is in a very tough spot tonight. Again, no projection has been made, but he's down by some 25 points. The only real question here is whether his opponent, the Trump-endorsed state representative Russell Fry, is going to crack 50%, which would mean you don't have a runoff. In any event, it does not look like Tom Rice is likely to return to Congress. So one endorsement would matter quite a bit in terms of Trump's backing of someone against Rice. It would mean an incumbent goes down. The other time, you have an incumbent who's able to hang on. Probably in both cases, though, the Republicans are going to be okay in those seats. So the bigger goal of the Republicans taking back the House would be on track through these victories.
And with so much attention right now in this country on the January 6th investigation, is it any clearer at all tonight what kind of clout former President Trump continues to have, what kind of hold he has on the Republican Party, despite what we're learning about the big lie?
Yeah, no question, Nevada's going to be the big test of that. We don't have much data in yet, but the question about who takes those statewide offices in Nevada, are they people that support the big lie? That becomes just absolutely vital over the next couple of hours and days. The people that will be in charge of the next election could very well be people that support the big lie in states like Nevada. We also have candidates in places across the ballot where you've got a similar situation where people could be empowered to actually do and act on those demands that Trump made last election cycle.
And lastly, there is another interesting race that's been brewing in Texas that you've been tracking for us. A Republican may win a reliably Democratic seat for the first time, but as some have been calling, it may be that it's a short-term rental.
This is a fascinating race on so many different levels, Lindsay. Yeah, we're talking about this district here. It's a big winding district that takes you basically from Brownsville up through the hill country just south of Austin and east of San Antonio. Now, it's getting chopped down quite a bit and becomes a lot more Democratic, according to our partners over at 538. But for now, it's a swing district. And it does appear like the Republican candidate, Mayra Flores, is likely to be victorious there. We haven't made a projection yet, but she's flirting again with that 50% number to avoid a runoff. That would be a big blow to Democrats across the country, not just because it shaves the margin by one that they'd have to win, the number of seats they'd have to win this fall, but also because it has symbolic and substantive value. Long a Democratic district, a heavily Latino district. We know how Latino voters have been trending more Republican than they have in the past. If a Republican is able to win in a Democratic part of a redder state like Texas, that should send shockwaves across the country to so many Democrats who were worried about their prospects this fall.
Recline our thanks to you. And let's take a look in South Carolina's 7th Congressional District. State Representative Russell Fry earned the endorsement of Trump against 5-term Representative Tom Rice, who defends his impeachment vote and condemnation of Trump's role in the insurrection. You can see right there, Russell Fry now projected to win with 51% of the vote, nearly 100% of the expected vote reporting, and more than double the vote that Tom Rice got. And again, Tom Rice told Jonathan Karl not too long ago that if he had to do it again, he would vote to impeach Trump again, even if he knew that it would cost him his seat. Hard to say that that definitively was what did him in, but in the end, he has lost his seat there. Now let's go to ABC's Zareen Shah for the latest from Nevada. Zareen, Nevada could help determine who takes control ultimately of the Senate this fall. Outline the players for us on both sides and the current state of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting here. Rick Klein, I've been watching your Twitter, and not only does Nevada matter, it really matters here. Look, I have a lot of anxious folks behind me from the Democratic Party here who are waiting for results. And really quick, I know polls closed just over an hour ago, but we will not see results until there is no one left in line. So the suspense still lingers. But as for the breakdown on the candidates, you have Catherine Cortez Masto. She is the incumbent Democrat. She doesn't have a serious challenger, so we're keeping an especially close eye guy on the Republican side of the Senate race here. Adam Laxalt is leading that. Now, you might remember him because right after the 2020 election, he came out Rudy Giuliani style, and he talked about fraudulent votes with no evidence or proof. But some people say he's not an outsider enough, and they're looking at Sam Brown. He is an Army vet. He has zero political experience, but he's gained a lot of traction these last few months, and so we'll see if he pulls off a victory tonight.
And on the House side in Nevada, several Democratic incumbents, they're now likely to be in a toss-up race in the fall as they try to hold on to the House. What are the factors influencing those races?
Yeah, you mentioned those House races. Okay, so there are 3 that are expected to be toss-up races just alone in this state. So a lot is sort of weighing on Nevada. But as for some of those factors, look, the economy is the #1 factor. We're just a few actually minutes away from some of the casinos over here. We have some of the biggest casinos in the world. And so as you can imagine, the people here were pummeled by the pandemic. There were so many people who were unemployed, but those unemployment numbers have not got back to normal. And on top of that, you have the second highest gas prices in the entire country. And usually when the economy is hitting people hard, they tend to blame the incumbent. In this case, Joe Biden. His numbers were never really high in the state. He squeaked out a vote by 2 percentage points in the last election. And so a lot is really weighing on this state. Lindsay.
We can attest to that. Zareen Shaw in Las Vegas for us. Thanks so much, Zareen. And now let's bring in ABC's Brittany Shepard, who's in South Carolina for us tonight. Brittany, Congressman Tom Rice, of course, as we've been talking about, he voted to impeach former President Trump, and that may have cost him his job tonight. Just break down the significance of that race.
Oh, Lindsay, just stunning numbers out of South Carolina's 7th district. We thought it might be a squeaker, might be a runoff. We haven't quite projected it yet, but the stakes couldn't have been higher. If Tom Rice looks like he's not going to have a job come November, it means Trump was finally successful in unseating an incumbent who crossed him. And we know he told John Carl he would do it once, he would do it again, but Trump's scorecard has come up blank so far, unable to exact his revenge tour. But tonight, I think in Mar-a-Lago, there's going to be a big smile on Trump's face. I also think it talks about what voters really count about. Obviously, voters are really excited behind me in Nancy Mace's headquarters, but just up north on the northern border of this state, I think that there's a victory party that's a lot more somber. No balloon drops at Tom Rice HQ tonight.
But as you say, we can already hear rousing applause there where you are. You're at the campaign headquarters of Congresswoman Nancy Mace. It looks like she was able to thread that needle of criticizing Trump, but still managing to embrace him when she needed to.
Absolutely, and threading that needle, walking that tightrope was critical for her to win South Carolina's 1st district, where the Republican is a lot more moderate. But just like right here in the suburbs of Mount Pleasant, they care about gun legislation, but they really don't like Trump and how he dealt with January 6th, and they are appealing to a kind of Republican who's willing to walk across the aisle, and they know Nancy Mace has the ability to beat a Democrat. She unseated Joe Cunningham in 2020, excuse me, by only 5,000 votes. That's 1-2 points. Behind me, you hear supporters chanting, "Keep the first, keep the first." They know how much is at stake come November. You heard Rick Klein just a little bit earlier talking about just 5 states Republicans need to flip. So far, Republicans are on track and keeping the numbers they have now. You hear Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone playing. You hear this energy talking to the campaign. They say aggressive boots on the ground, going to every part of this district, down to Hilton Head, towards Georgia, all the way up here in Charleston, blanketing the state, really help them fend off the heat from Trump and Trump-endorsed challenger Katie Arrington.
All right, Brittany Shepard, our thanks to you. And now to the Americans who are weathering the worst inflation in 40 years. Today, President Biden said the soaring prices are sapping the strength of a lot of families. And tonight, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve, which is poised to raise interest rates while trying to walk that incredibly thin line, taming inflation without triggering a recession. Victor Kendo reports.
Tonight, with prices rising at their fastest clip in 40 years, the Federal Reserve expected to raise interest rates by 3/4 of a point to slow inflation, the biggest hike in nearly 3 decades.
Everyone can agree that this inflation is very painful and it has to come down. So the only way of doing that is getting those interest rates up and slowing the growth rate in the economy.
The move will send the cost of credit cards, car loans to mortgages even higher at a time when Americans are already paying more for just about everything. In Minnesota,
Is this not enough?
demand soaring at this food bank.
Got 3 kids, 2 teenagers and a young one, so anything helps. We barely make it, and I get paid pretty good at my job.
Families are now shelling out nearly $350 more every month than they did for the same things last year. Gas prices averaging about $5 a gallon, up about 50%. Groceries up almost 12%, and rent up 26%. Marilyn Bailey in Tampa, Florida is retired. Now that her rent is going up, she's looking for work.
It's going to be a stretch. So I'm looking for a part-time job at 75.
Former teacher Jane Moore had to go back to work too, and is watching her nest egg shrink by the day.
What took the biggest hit? Was it the 401k?
Yes, it was. I'm the most nervous about that.
And what's costing you the most right now?
The gas, the food, the electric, of course, has gone up too.
Everything costs more.
Everything costs more.
And with growing fears of a recession, President Biden facing growing pressure to take steps to ease the pain. Today in Philadelphia, blaming Republicans for blocking his proposals to lower prices on things like drugs and childcare.
The problem is, Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can to stop my plans to bring down costs on ordinary families.
But for now, so many Americans are feeling the squeeze, asking how long they can weather the storm.
I don't know how working people are going to be able to afford medicine, groceries, gasoline, car payments, mortgage. I don't know.
So many share that uncertainty. Our thanks to Victor. Next tonight, to the unprecedented flooding across the Great Plains after storms and a sudden snowmelt fueled by record heat. Homes swept away by the rushing water. We just learned tonight some entrances to Yellowstone National Park could be closed for months. And tonight, parts of the Midwest are facing high temperatures not seen in a decade. And that heat is now moving east. Will Carr reports.
Tonight, extreme weather sweeping across the nation. In Montana, fast-moving floodwaters causing this catastrophic damage in and around Yellowstone, whisking away a shed, and then this massive house crashing into the current a few hours later. The river dragging it downstream.
My grandparents were saying it's the highest it's been in about 100 years. So it's pretty crazy to see, for sure.
The unprecedented flooding forcing the closure of all entrances to Yellowstone National Park after heavy rainfall and near record high temperatures rapidly melted snowpack over the weekend. Parts of Highway 89, the main road on the north side of the national park, washed away.
Whoa.
Rocks falling onto the road, nearly missing this car as it exited the park.
The rain here has let up, but you still have towns submerged. This is a road, and you can see there are cars, businesses, and homes all still underwater.
The rising waters cutting off communities that border the Yellowstone River, leaving some without power and safe drinking water. Cindy Fogarty and her family visiting from Nashville, trapped in the town of Gardner.
It was just going really fast, and the water was just taking logs down the river, and it was just really fast.
The raging rapids ripping this bridge apart.
That was our way home.
Floodwaters rushing past this building, part of its walls now gone. The Montana National Guard evacuating at least 12 people. So far, no flood-related injuries or deaths reported. Heavy storms also hitting Milwaukee, where authorities say a 10-year-old boy and 2 men were swept away by high waters into a drainage ditch Monday night. Authorities locating the boy's body late today. They're still searching for the 2 men.
Swift water moving into an enclosed space in those tunnels provides us absolutely no opportunity to conduct some sort of rescue opportunity. We are conducting a recovery operation at this point.
And from the Great Lakes to the southeast, extreme heat expected to break records this week.
I am burning up. It's 110 out here, and I'm too old to be sitting out here.
In Odessa, Texas, where temperatures hit 100 degrees today, residents now under a boil water notice due to a major water main break. Demand for power in Texas surging to an all-time high earlier this week. Energy supplier ERCOT says so far they've had enough supply to meet demand. Back in Montana, the floods striking just as the summer tourist season picks up. Tonight, the road to Gardner reopened, and Fogarty's family, along with hundreds of tourists, the first to leave.
It's sad that the people, some of them, they lost their home, and it's just sad what all took place. But I think it's a small town, and they will come together and help each other.
No doubt they will come together. Our thanks to Will Carr for that. Next tonight, the January 6th investigation, and former Vice President Mike Pence is speaking out just days before the House Select Committee will look at the pressure that he was under to reject Joe Biden's certification as president. At the same time, there are new questions about money that former President Trump raised on the back of false stolen election claims. Here's ABC's chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl.
As lawmakers prepare to outline what they describe as Donald Trump's relentless pressure campaign against his own vice president, Mike Pence is speaking out.
I'll always believe that I did my duty that day, and I know in my heart of hearts I did. And I believe that when all the information and the facts come forward, the American people will better understand what occurred.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has testified that it was Pence, not Donald Trump, who called the Pentagon when the Capitol was under siege.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here.
By contrast, here is General Milley's description of his conversation with President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have to kill the narrative that the vice president is making all the decisions.
The committee is using the testimony of Trump's own top advisors to make the case against him. Former Attorney General Bill Barr saying when it came to claims of a stolen election, Trump didn't care about the truth.
When I went into this and would, tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
The committee says Trump and his allies conned supporters into donating some $250 million to fight the election results.
So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff.
Where did the money actually go? $1 million of it went to a foundation run by White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. More than $200,000 spent at Trump Organization properties.
Kimberly!
And tens of thousands of dollars went to Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was seen backstage at the rally outside the White House on January 6th.
Liberty-loving patriots that will not let them steal this election.
She spoke for 2.5 minutes and then was paid $60,000.
$400 a second. And Jonathan Karl joins us now from Washington. John, we expect to learn more from the committee hearing about that pressure campaign against Mike Pence. What do we know about who will testify?
Well, Pence himself, Lindsay, is not going to be testifying. He has not spoken to the committee, but he gave the green light to all of his senior advisors to cooperate with this investigation. You will hear those voices on Thursday, including live testimony from someone named Greg Jacob. He was the chief counsel in the office of the vice president. He was there at Pence's side throughout it all as Trump and that outside group of lawyers were trying to pressure him, pressure Pence to overturn the election effectively. One person overturning the election on January 6th. He will talk about that. You'll also hear in some of those tape depositions, including from Pence's chief of staff, Mark Short, who was also with him throughout all of this.
All right, Jonathan Karl, our thanks to you as always.
Thank you, Lindsay.
This just in, ABC News now projects freshman Congressmember Nancy Mace as the winner of South Carolina's Republican House primary in the state's 1st district. Mace condemned Trump's claims about the presidential election being stolen just days into her term. She was challenged by cybersecurity analyst Katie Arrington, who Trump has called a true Republican. But in the end, not enough for Katie Arrington, with 45% to 53% of the vote, with 78% of the expected vote reporting. And now we head overseas to the war in Ukraine. The Russians have now...
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and...
As we wait for the Supreme Court to deliver their final decision on the legality of Roe v. Wade, we sat down with 3 different women to hear about their experiences obtaining an abortion, whether legally or not, and the complex reasons behind their choices. Here's ABC's Janae Norman.
It was in my apartment.
It was on a daybed.
A major symbolic victory, and he'd be closer to his goal of occupying the entire Donbass of eastern Ukraine.
We are within range of the Russians here. Definitely, yeah.
We went close to the eastern front line today. This soldier wants to show me how close the bombs are landing.
So this is how close they've got to your position here? Yes, yes. This is where bombs have landed. Presumably, that's more. And presumably the Russians know that there are Ukrainian soldiers in these farmhouses. I think we should leave, because that sounds like it's just getting more frequent.
We head to the trenches. Vitaly is part of a more elite civil defense. A former soldier, he stopped work as a baker to return to the front. He says they risk losing these positions. We need more than an AK-47 to go up against heavy artillery and tanks, he says. There are still victories. This captured Russian tank now being turned against Putin's forces.
This is a Russian tank which has been commandeered by the Ukrainians. We've got the targeter and the commander here showing us this equipment. They're very proud to have been able to use it because it's so much more modern than anything the Ukrainians have got. How does it feel to be targeting Russians inside a Russian tank?
It's awesome.
It's awesome, he says.
A modern tank like this is a fortunate bonus, but winning this war will take a lot more than luck.
Our thanks to James for that. And we did have some technical issues. So in case you missed it, this just in, ABC News projects freshman Congressmember Nancy Mace as the winner of South Carolina's Republican House primary in the state's 1st district. Mace condemned Trump's claims about the presidential election being stolen just days into her term. She was challenged by cybersecurity analyst Katie Arrington, who Trump has called a true Republican. But in the end, that support not enough from Trump. Katie Arrington with 45% of the vote. Nancy Mace with 53% of the vote, with nearly 80% of the total vote reporting. And when we come back, the end of school celebrations turns into a trip to the ER after a frightening incident involving a bounce house for some children. Major news out of Russia in the case of detained WNBA superstar Brittany Griner. We have the details. But up next, with a consequential Supreme Court ruling in Roe versus Wade potentially just days away, we take a look at the complexities behind why some women choose to get an abortion. Next.
The deeper you go into black markets, the darker it gets.
Trafficked, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions. Straightforward reporting. No spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Is that the gun?
That's not the gun.
What is it? I won't ask you again then. Are you a Nazi?
The deeper you go into black markets,
You could be putting your life at risk.
the darker it gets.
Why hasn't anyone come out and spoken?
It's about the money. That's why we do it.
Trafficked, new episodes Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic.
These days, with so much going on, it's hard to keep up.
While others are recapping yesterday's headlines,
We're bringing you the right now.
This is the busy border crossing. Steel barricades, another strike.
The Right Now look at the day ahead, how it affects you and your family.
Record high gas prices.
the threat of cyber warfare.
Is peace possible?
World News Now beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, followed by America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
Streaming here on ABC News Live.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
As of today, in a big way, we have inaugurated abcnews.com.
A lot has changed in our world since Peter made that announcement. But what hasn't changed is the commitment to groundbreaking reporting and innovation at abcnews.com. And here's to everything ahead.
As we wait for the Supreme Court to deliver their final decision on the legality of Roe v. Wade, we sat down with 3 different women to hear about their experiences obtaining an abortion, whether legally or not, and the complex reasons behind their choices. Here's ABC's Janae Norman.
It was in my apartment. It was on a daybed. I was blindfolded. You put a tube into my uterus and put a saline injection in it, and that induced labor. But there was no follow-up. I mean, it was, you know, thank you for the $100. You're fixed now. And he was out the door, and there I was. Nobody told me what to do after that.
Adele Zimmerman was 23 years old when she found out she was pregnant.
And I didn't want to be pregnant. And I considered the pregnancy an invasion of my body.
No one knows how many abortions are performed in the United States each year. The number may run into millions. No one knows because the overwhelming majority of abortions each year are illegal.
So when Adele sought one in the 1960s, she had to turn to the black market.
And I didn't know how dangerous that was. I thought I'd be arrested. And I remember lying on the god-awful linoleum in my bathroom, crying and bleeding. Nobody should have to do that. Nobody.
Years later, when Roe versus Wade was decided in 1973, making abortion access legal for women in the U.S.
The Supreme Court today ruled that abortion is completely a private matter to be decided by mother and doctor in the first 3 months of pregnancy.
Adele remembers wishing it had happened earlier.
One of my first reactions was, damn, I shouldn't have had to go through that. It should have happened sooner. And I just thought, this is right. This is the way it should be.
As outrage continues to grow over a leak from the Supreme Court that's put the future of abortion rights into question, women like Stephanie Desmond are sharing their personal stories of the procedure.
When I found out I was pregnant for the second time, I was thrilled. I had loved my son so much that I needed to do this again and have another.
But 16 weeks into her pregnancy, she discovered that her baby was sick.
I was devastated. I was young, and I had had a successful pregnancy not that long before, and I couldn't believe this was happening.
A heart malfunction and a missing limb. She was told the baby wasn't going to survive the birth, and she was given 2 choices: wait until the heart stopped beating, or get an abortion.
No one ever thinks they're going to be the one who needs to get an abortion. Especially this child was so wanted. I was so excited, dreaming of my new life with my 2 babies. And I couldn't believe that the best option, which is hard to believe, was abortion.
According to board-certified OBGYN and ABC News chief medical correspondent Dr. Jen Ashton, it's an option that's not all that uncommon for many women.
Women who are receiving prenatal care do not get what we call the level 2 or comprehensive ultrasound, which is an anatomy scan of the fetal anatomy, until about 18 to 22 weeks. That's the point at which we can get a really good look at fetal anatomy. And then if a problem is detected, the woman will have a very difficult decision to make.
Dr. Ashton explains that a medical termination is the option presented to a patient when the fetus is found to have a medical anomaly that would make life virtually impossible.
We have to remember that pregnancy is not a zero-risk physiologic process.
The only appointment available at Stephanie's nearest Planned Parenthood was 2 weeks away. So with her mother's help, she instead opted to get the procedure done in Buffalo during Thanksgiving week.
The whole experience was so traumatizing. I mean, I desperately wanted this baby, and now he was living inside me, but would never survive. And so just the idea of that was so devastating.
It's a decision that she and many other women have to make for their own mental and physical health.
It is an incredibly difficult decision to make. So this is not like going into a nail salon or a hair salon and getting a manicure.
Maternity has already proven to be lethal in the United States, which ranks first in maternal mortality deaths compared to other developed nations. When you analyze the racial breakdown of those maternal mortality deaths, here in the U.S., Black women are the most at risk, as Black mothers are 2.5 times more likely to die than white mothers and 3 times more likely to die than Hispanic mothers. And college-educated Black women are at 60% greater risk for a maternal death than a white or Hispanic woman with less than a high school education.
This is women's health care. This is a medical condition.
Dr. Valerie Peterson, an abortion rights advocate with a doctorate degree in education, had a high-risk pregnancy in 2015, one that resulted in a visit to the maternal fetal medicine specialist every 2 weeks. But in her second trimester, she received devastating news.
Right at 15 weeks and 5 days is when I learned that, oh my goodness, the baby doesn't have a brain, and the condition is 100% incompatible with life.
When you heard that the condition is 100% incompatible with life, can you even remember what that felt like to hear that?
When I looked at the photos of the ultrasound that my doctor showed, it was clear that the baby's brain did not develop. And so it was very devastating for me.
I'm so sorry that you went through that. I'm a mom. I can only imagine like how hard that was on you.
I felt like I was left out there just hanging alone, trying to consider in my mind like, oh my gosh, what do I do?
At the time, Texas only allowed abortions up to 20 weeks. Facing a 3 to 4 week waiting list, Valerie was up against the clock and felt forced to travel to Florida to get her abortion.
I had no control that my baby's brain was going to be not there, so much to say. I can't imagine living before the time where you had women that had to go to the back alley. They had to go to people that they didn't know to get the procedures that they needed.
Times like the one Adele endured and fears may be coming back if Roe is overturned and women lose their autonomy, their choice.
They have a place to turn that doesn't risk their lives. And I didn't. It's ridiculous for them to try and prevent it because it's going to happen.
Our thanks to Janae for that. Still ahead here on Prime, the ABC News investigations. You may have seen the ads, some with some well-known politicians in them, but is the company exaggerating the threat of home title theft? And we have spoken so much about inflation, but a lot of people have to shell out a lot more money to travel this summer on airplanes. We take a look by the numbers. But first, our tweet of the day from Wimbledon, announcing that the greatest of all time will be back on the court.
So much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this.
It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
As a Girl Scout, I never once thought anything bad could happen.
but I came to learn what murder was.
This case is a mystery.
That's why I've come back home to find answers once and for all.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're still trying to figure out your summer travel plans, it might be quite difficult to find an inexpensive flight at this point. A new report from Adobe shows just how expensive things have gotten this year. Let's take a look by the numbers. 47%. That's the staggering price increase on domestic flights since January alone. Consumers spent $8.3 billion on air travel in May. That's up 6.2% from April. Domestic bookings for the summer are down 2% from this point in 2019, but Americans have actually spent 11% more, fully showing the impact of higher fares. And where are Americans flying the most? The top 10 destinations include Bozeman, Montana, Orlando, Florida, several cities in Hawaii, Austin, Texas, and Seattle, Washington. Internationally, we're just starting to see the impact of the U.S. dropping its COVID test entry requirement. United has seen a 7% bump in searches for international travel in just the first 3 days after the restriction was lifted. The U.S. Travel Association president estimates an additional 5.4 million visitors may come to the U.S. as a result, and there could be roughly $9 billion more of travel spending through the end of this year. According to the website Hopper, you may save as much as $100 on your flight if you want to travel in late August. And we still have lots to get to here on Prime. The traumatic 18-hour ordeal and the daring rescue from a canal, and our conversation with NBA Hall of Famer Grant Hill. But first, a look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this.
It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Growing fears America could be heading into a recession, with prices the highest they've been in 40 years. The Labor Department reporting producer prices surged 10.8% in May from a year earlier. Those prices reflect inflation before it reaches consumers.
It's sapping the strength of a lot of families.
Wall Street reacting. The S&P 500, which is tied to most 401ks, officially entered bear market territory Monday, which means the market is down 20% from its recent high. The president says his administration is still tapping into oil reserves to help lower gas prices. And when it comes to food, he explained his plan to get more grain out of Ukraine, but acknowledged it will be some time before Americans see any relief. To help tame inflation, the Federal Reserve could raise interest rates by 0.75% this week in hopes of slowing spending. That would be the biggest jump in nearly 30 years. It would impact car loans, credit cards, and mortgage rates.
A Russian court has extended detention of WNBA star Brittany Griner until July. That's 18 days longer than the previous date. Griner was detained at an airport near Moscow, accused of carrying hashish oil in her luggage. U.S. officials say she is wrongly charged and are demanding her release.
The U.S. Coast Guard came to the rescue of 4 boaters in the annual race to Alaska. Strong winds capsized the boats, sending people into the water in the 750-mile adventure from Washington State to Alaska. A Coast Guard swimmer got 2 people who were holding onto the boat into a rescue basket. A third picked up by a Coast Guard boat, and the 4th saved by a race official. Due to the bad weather, race organizers are giving participants an extra 24 hours now to get to Victoria in Canada to qualify for the next leg of the race.
Dramatic video. Take a look at that. Capturing a woman and her dog being rescued from a canal in Arizona after 18 hours. Police say the woman's dog jumped into the Yuma Canal last night. This was last Tuesday night, that is. She went in after the dog, but then she couldn't get out. Hours passed before a train conductor finally spotted them and called for help. When rescuers arrived, the woman and the dog were clinging to a tree. They both got pulled to safety. The woman had cuts, a bad sunburn, and was exhausted, as you can imagine, after 18 hours. Both of them are expected to be okay.
Global superstars BTS have announced that they're taking time to focus on solo projects. The 7-member group with hits like Butter and Dynamite talked about their future in a video posted online celebrating the 9-year anniversary of their debut release. No details yet on future BTS collaborations or the solo projects that should be expected.
BTS announcing they are taking some time apart, saying they've hit a rough patch and want to work on solo projects. BTS insisting the band is not breaking up. Their millions of loyal fans tonight very upset, though, knowing how this usually goes next.
At last month's Met Gala, Kim Kardashian wore the Marilyn Monroe dress. The night she sang Happy Birthday, Mr. President. Now the Marilyn Monroe collection, which owns it, is posted before and after photos showing several crystals missing. No comment from Kardashian.
Welcome back. Next to the terrifying incident for some elementary school children after the packed bounce house that they were in suddenly collapsed. ABC's Stephanie Ramos has the details.
Tonight, the newest case of alarm involving inflatable bounce houses. This one leaving at least 14 children injured.
Possibly 2 patients. Looks like a bouncy house flipped over.
This morning, students from a Long Island elementary school were taking part in an end-of-the-year field day. According to authorities, the 6 and 7-year-olds were playing on a bounce house, which also had a large slide and rock climbing wall, when it suddenly tipped over.
There's too much people in the bouncy house. Yeah. And then the thing fell over.
Several children rushed to the hospital, most of them with minor injuries, one child suffering a broken leg. And tonight, questions about if the bounce house was properly secured.
Bounce house was secured properly.
Okay.
Okay, I was here to install it this morning myself.
The manager of Jump Around Party Rentals telling ABC station WABC the school chose not to hire an attendant to monitor the kids.
Lindsay, the superintendent released a statement saying they are working with the company that provided the inflatables and also initiated an investigation to try and figure out how this could have happened here. Lindsay.
Stephanie, thank you. And we turn now to an ABC News investigation into home title lock. You may have seen the ads, with well-known politicians, but now there are questions about the anti-fraud protection company's claims about the threat of home title theft. Our senior investigative correspondent David Scott has this in-depth report.
A new wave of white-collar crime is sweeping the nation.
The fast-rising and real threat. It's called home title theft, forging your home's title so it looks like you sold your home.
You may have seen or heard the alarming ads on TV and radio or online, with some familiar faces selling a fraud alert service.
Home Title Lock.
Home Title Lock puts a virtual firewall around your home's title.
A homeowner's title is their proof of ownership.
Criminals literally remove you from your home's title.
And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house.
But an ABC News investigation discovered that many of Home Title Lock's ads contained questionable claims.
Deborah's home was stolen by cyber criminals.
Where we had many days of happiness and laughter.
For years, this grandmother from Florida has been a prominent part of Home Title Lock's pitch.
Sorry, so emotional.
But records obtained by ABC News suggest that's not the whole story.
So this is the house.
This is body camera footage from when a police officer ended up at the home 2 months before it was sold.
As you can see, it's pretty dirty.
And court documents indicate the home was sold not by some cyber thief, but according to this court transcript, by Deborah's own daughter after Deborah gave her power of attorney.
That is far from the sob story you present in the ad.
I am assuming that she told a whopper to us, if that's true.
Deborah and another alleged victim of home title theft in Texas,
That was going to be my home forever.
have now been largely removed from the website, while the company says it's investigating. And those so-called victim stories are not the only disputed claims in some of the ads.
The FBI calls home title theft one of the fastest growing white-collar cyber crimes in America.
The FBI tells ABC News it doesn't track home title theft statistics and can find no record of issuing any such statement. But Home Title Lock spokesman Art Fitzenmeyer, a former FBI agent, claimed a document he brought with him did just that. It was from 17 years ago.
This one says mortgage fraud.
And as I explained earlier,
It's not the same as
you have to
title
extrapolate
theft.
that out of the fact that there is no title fraud statute.
Companies always have an obligation in their advertising to be truthful. If they are claiming to be reporting on what some agency has said, that has to be truthful.
To be sure, home title theft does happen, and while some communities say it's a real problem for them,
over 50 cases are currently being investigated in South Florida right now.
Home Title Lock suggests it's a nationwide crime wave.
We've talked to local officials around the country, many of whom said that they had a few cases, few if any.
So you can go talk to all these empty suits. I know what the risk is, and I know what the result is. Legal, financial, and emotional nightmare that'll wreck a family.
Are you exaggerating the statistics in order to make that point stick?
Absolutely not.
Home Title Lock. That will provide you the peace of mind, the assurance.
Ads have recently aired across dozens of channels, including ABC-affiliated stations.
Can you afford to not have Home Title Lock?
It is really presenting this as you are almost irresponsible if you are not protecting your home by buying a product like this. And certainly when I see an advertisement that is filled with such scare tactics, I am inherently suspicious.
Our thanks to David Scott. Our next guest is a two-time NCAA basketball champion, Olympic gold medalist, and a 7-time NBA All-Star who's considered one of the greatest players of all time. NBA Hall of Famer Grant Hill opens up about his life and career in his new book, Game, an Autobiography. Grant Hill, thanks so much for joining us tonight. How are you?
I'm doing well, and thanks for having me.
So glad to have you on. So your book is really brutally honest. It not only chronicles your successful 19-year professional basketball career, but also tells the story of your anxieties and self-doubt, something that many of us struggle with. How important was it for you to share not only your career highlights, but also some of the tougher moments as well?
Well, you know, I think when you go through this exercise, you want to be honest, you want to be transparent, you want to be vulnerable. And so I tried to do that. I tried to share some of my insecurities, obviously what you talked about, self-doubt, having issues with confidence, particularly during my formative years and even in college, where I was fortunate to play on some great teams at Duke University. Also struggling with this whole notion of standing out, you know, wanting to fit in. And to be a good basketball player, sometimes you got to stand out. So just to lay it all out there, it was nerve-wracking. At times it was painful, but also I think it was very liberating just to kind of take the armor off and get to the core of who you are and share it for everyone. And hopefully someone can be inspired by hearing my story and how I've been able to overcome it.
And that was my thought, that it really is going to be a blessing for some people who are struggling with confidence and self-doubt themselves to say, wow, even Grant Hill dealt with that and he managed to overcome it. And so I think that that'll be helpful for so many. Of course, also at the prime of your basketball career, you were plagued by injuries and multiple times that you were misdiagnosed with your ankle that not only derailed your career, but nearly cost your life. At one point, doctors considered amputating your foot. Tell us about how that happened and how you were able to get through that time.
Yeah, you know, it was a really dark time, and basketball fans from way back then, I think remember that, but they don't know the totality of what I experienced and what I went through. So, I recalled all of that. I remember vividly the feelings, the emotions, the conversations with doctors, and to go through that. And obviously, one of the things, if a particular surgery didn't work, then amputation was the only other option. So it was much worse than I think a lot of people were fully aware of.
And I want to go back to that idea of the lack of confidence, because you write in the memoir, and I want to quote it, you say, confidence was a tricky state of mind. I was good, probably too good at projecting a level of confidence that didn't match my insides. My parents, my close friends could probably recognize my moments of anxiety. They only had to look at my stubby fingernails. I hid it from everyone else. How did you manage that anxiety and keep it private for so long? And how did it manifest itself on the court or when you were doing public speaking?
Well, public speaking was definitely a challenge. I stuttered a lot, not just public speaking, even speaking in small groups. I struggled with articulating my thoughts. I was anxious. I was nervous. Like I said, I didn't have that confidence. The reality, I was a good player. I didn't believe that I was a good player, and that was part of my hurdle, part of my struggle. But ultimately able to get through that, able to fight through, and basketball played a big role in that, and just having success on the court, building up that confidence and that belief in who I am. And I think, as you said, a lot of people go through that and struggle with that and do it in private, as I did. But I think talking about it, sharing, and ultimately examples of people overcoming is inspiring and what people need.
And you also talk about being an only child, raised by extremely successful parents. Your father, Calvin, went to Yale, was a 4-time NFL Pro Bowl running back, best known for his Dallas Cowboy years. Your mother, Janet, an attorney and consultant in Washington, D.C. But you write about that as being a double-edged sword, that some people question your success, and even really start right out at the top of your book with being at one of the basketball camps and people kind of thinking, like, what are you here for? You live in a mansion. Explain how that kind of played into your psyche and your growth.
Well, it was interesting. We didn't live in a mansion, although people might have thought we did growing up. But yeah, I think my parents were great, and they were achievers. They gave me everything I needed, love. They held me accountable. They were great role models, examples, still are to this day. But on the court, and particularly in basketball, it doesn't help. And people have their opinions or their perceptions, their stereotypes, whatever that might be. And so for me, it was about trying to find my own lane and trying to carve out my own identity, which, at times was hard and at times was overwhelming, particularly during my, adolescent years. But, basketball, excelling in basketball, having success there really helped build up my confidence. And my parents have been there from the start and have been on this journey even to finishing this book, and to be able to share this with them and the process, and it's been great.
And some people are also better at overcoming than others. But before we let you go, of course, we got to talk a little basketball. Golden State has a 3-2 edge over the Boston Celtics. Game 6, Thursday night. What's your call? Do you think that the Warriors will be able to pull it out?
I think they will. I felt whoever won Game 4 was going to win the series. And that was a big game in Boston. The Warriors won. They tied it up. I was in San Francisco last night for Game 5. They won that game. So they have 2 games to win one. I think they win. I think they win Thursday night in Boston and win their 4th championship during the Stephen Curry era.
All right, we'll see if we can take that to the bank. Of course, everybody will be watching. Grant Hill, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Game, an autobiography, is now available wherever books are sold. Before we go tonight, our image of the day. Take a look at this new glass bridge with a zip line that opened up in between a canyon in the nation of Georgia. That diamond-shaped thing that you see is apparently a cafe, more than 650 feet in the air. And that person on the bike is quite brave. That is our show for this hour. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us.
much at stake in our world right now.